The Lion's Wife, by Lily Pink. Blurb. A lion shifter, paranormal romance story. Lucy Summers is thrilled to find herself working for the lion shifter band, The Pride. She gets close to the members, especially lead singer James, with whom she starts a fling that was supposed to be a no-strings-attached type of thing. After all, James seemed to be way out of her league anyway. The catch? James is already set to mate a werelioness, and breaking that promise would result in nothing less than all-out war. Yet, for James and Lucy, the danger seems worth it for the chance at a love they didn't expect to find. But will their risky affair lead to a love story or a disaster waiting to happen? Discover now in this werelion romance novel by Lily Pink.
If you want more paranormal romances like this, please, my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.
Chapter 1. To Lucy, it felt like the entire world was about to change. Honestly, it was changing, but she was just sort of the vessel of change that was being used right now. She knew that everything that was going to happen from this day forward wasn't necessarily from her will or by her design, but rather the fact that she was simply the best candidate for the job, and there were a lot of people who were counting on her. In fact, there were almost 100 people who were expecting her to find out whether or not she could do something for their pack. You see, Lucy was one of the many secretive individuals in the world who has kept the clandestine secret of animal shape-shifting a secret for thousands of years. Her particular animal of transition is a wolf, and like her parents before her, her cousins, and her siblings, she has kept this secret from the world, only divulging her secret to her pack and making sure that no human could ever hear about or know the truth of her abilities. For shifters, secrecy was the basic tenet of all survival and all safety. If you wanted to live with other shifters and you didn't want to attract the attention of hunters, then you needed to know how to keep your abilities a secret. This was never a problem for Lucy. In fact, the ability to turn into a wolf had actually come to her as a burden more than an exciting prospect. While her brother and her older sister were delighted by their ability to run through the snowy forests of Montana as apex predators, Lucy had always thought that it was dangerous and wrong. She had no desire to be a mythical creature, but she respected the traditions and kept the power to herself nonetheless. But there was a lot that was to be expected of those in a pack. You contributed to the safety and the protection of your people, the moral support of those who were in your pack, and for most women, the inevitable use of drawing in other shifters from other packs, clans, tribes, or prides. Marriages were often used as bait to form alliances or to expand the genetic pool of a pack so that they weren't forced to water down their powers by marrying humans. There was nothing more shameful than marrying a human. It usually meant that you were seen as a useless and a forgotten member of the pack, tossed aside and forgotten. Fresh out of college, Lucy was home for less than a week before the elders of her pack, her parents included, started to put their eyes on something that was a little more substantial for her. In fact, since the moment she was born, everyone seemed to have high hopes for Lucy. They had made their intentions known from an early age that pretty, little Lucy was going to be the one who went out and captured them the perfect shifter. And why wouldn't they? Beauty was a curse to Lucy, and she had always been spiteful of the fact that she was born with her sunshine-happy face and her beautiful wavy dark hair, her bright blue eyes, and her smile that radiated happiness and joy. She was a contagious laugher, and that meant she always had a smile on her face, and even for her dire prospects, she found herself smiling all the time and happy. But when she first learned about puberty, she hadn't really cared about being a beautiful woman or even the hope of turning from the cute little girl into an elegant, stellar beauty that everyone was expecting from her. Unfortunately for her, it happened regardless of whether she wanted it or not, and she felt like not only was she cursed with turning into a wolf, but she was cursed with beauty. Her long, flawless legs drew the eyes of any man who looked at her. Her lithe and thin body was the envy of every girl who struggled to maintain their weight. Girls with small breasts envied that hers were large and flawless. The women whose butts were too big or too flat looked at Lucy and they felt a sort of anger boiling inside of them that she was so effortlessly beautiful. You would be hard-pressed to find a single piece of clothing that wouldn't look good on Lucy, and it'd inevitably lead to the belief that Lucy was an angel and that she was destined for great things. Sure, Lucy took care of her body and she believed in things like makeup and fitness, but she also didn't live religiously by them. Sure, she liked eating salads better than she liked eating greasy pizza, but she also had a weakness for cheeseburgers that couldn't be denied. She was a girl of wonderful paradoxes, and when she looked at herself in the mirror on the spring morning that she was set to leave, she saw a beautiful woman who had survived college only to find herself more beautiful and captivating than ever. She wasn't sure if she liked it better this way or if she was just lucky. In the end, she wanted someone who liked Lucy, not her bloodline, not her body, and not the political offerings that her pack might offer them. Was it too much for Lucy to want to be Lucy? Did the identity that she forged in philosophy classes and in the crucible of mathematics mean nothing? Did the opening of her mind in literature and science classes count as pitiful dabbling? Did her taste in music, wine, movies, and travel add up to a sum total of 0 in the eyes of the world? She hoped not. She didn't like to feel like she was just a piece of meat that was going to be bartered and sold for someone who didn't think anything more of her other than the fact that she was an offering on a sizable plate. Lucy smiled in the mirror and her eyes were full of wonderful, luminous life that spread to her warm cheeks and her radiant smile that was full of joy and hope. She wanted someone to fall in love with her smile and she wanted them to gaze into her eyes and feel lost forever. She wanted someone who was hopelessly smitten by her and who couldn't care less about her breasts or her ass. She wanted someone who fell in love with her soul more than any other feature that she had. She hoped that this wasn't too much to ask. She hoped there was hope for that in the world. Downstairs, she could hear her entire family getting ready. Not just Mark and Leslie, but her mother and father as well. But the list didn't even end there. Her grandparents were here and so were her aunts and uncles who had come with all of her cousins. Each and every one of them was excited that Lucy was off today and that she was setting out on the grand adventure to find a husband and hopefully have a chance at bringing home the greatest addition to the pack that they had ever experienced. It was no small feat that she was leaving town. Clydesdale was a small little town in the Montana frontier and wilderness that believed in strong, wholesome values, the independence that the wilderness left them. She had a good life with them and they had raised her the best they thought was possible. There was no way that she was ever going to be able to hold anything against her parents. Sure, they were marrying her off to someone today, tomorrow, or sometime in the future, but that was her pulling her weight with the world of her family and of her people. She didn't hold that against them. She was going to have to get married one day and she knew that she was going to have marry a shifter. It just made sense to her that she would do the best for her family. Besides, it's not like they picked out the person for her. That was insane. She grabbed her purse and headed down the stairs to the living room where they were all waiting for her. She hugged them one by one and Lucy listened to all the strange and bizarre advice they gave her. Some of them were a little more encouraging about things that they probably shouldn't have been. It made her blush, but the moment she made it to the car outside where her parents were going to take her to the airport in Billings, she knew she was going to miss all of them. She'd only been back from college for a little while, but she had already gotten used to all the same faces that she'd grown up with. But today was a new day and there was an adventure out there waiting for her. Tonight, she was going to be in New York City and she was going to be starting the crazy and exciting life that was destined for her. She felt all the nerves and all the excitement inside of her piling up, making her feel like she was a freshman in college all over again. She had friends all across the country and she knew she'd be able to see a lot of them again with this job, but as she eventually stood in the vast corridor of the airport, about to go through security, she felt so scared. "We love you, Lucy Bear," her father said, hugging her tightly and kissing her on the forehead. She felt his familiar tick on her skin as his mustache brushed her skin. She smiled and hugged him tight. She didn't like that she would miss 6 months with them. "I'll call you when I get there," Lucy said as she hugged her mother, who wasn't crying, but she was awfully close to it right now. "We love you, sweetheart," her mother said. "Take care of yourself and don't do anything you're scared of doing. We know we're asking a lot of you, but you're still our daughter first and foremost. You take care of yourself and make sure you're making smart decisions." "I will," Lucy promised them. As she turned and headed toward the security checkpoints, she felt terrified, but she knew she was about to embark on a grand adventure and, if she was lucky, she would end up getting a chance of finding the man that she was going to spend the rest of her life with. New York City was more terrifying to her in person than she had ever anticipated before. The moment she could look out the window and see the glistening lights of a million different buildings and a trillion different bulbs, all glistening, blinking, and shining like diamonds in the darkness, she knew that she was the luckiest girl in the world. There was nothing more exciting than being young and visiting the grand city of New York. She wondered what it was going to be like here. They were only going to spend a few days here before they set out on the tour, but she wanted to explore and she wanted to see everything that the city had to offer. What was it like here? What was the food like? She could only imagine the art galleries that she could visit. She gripped her own sketchpad close and she exhaled with excitement. The moment she hit the ground, she felt like she was in another country, and JFK was officially the most terrifying experience that she'd ever had. It was like she'd been kicked off in some unknown world and she was expected to find her way easily. She took baby steps and tried to keep her head as she tried her hardest not to freak out and have a massive panic attack right in the middle of the airport. The terminal was bustling and flowing like a river of a massive network of people, all of them completely aware of what they needed to do, except for her. She felt like a fish out of water and considered walking right back down the terminal and straight back onto the plane so she could return to Montana where she belonged. But, as she got her luggage, she called her parents and told them that she was safe, and she put on the bravest face she had and she wouldn't let them know how terrified and scared she truly was. No, she was going to be the brave explorer they had sent out to find a husband, and she wasn't going to let them see her down. She knew that somewhere in this airport, there was someone who was going to help her, and she was determined to find them. So, when she hung up on her father and mother, she took a deep breath, pushed away her nerves and told herself that she was going to be the brave girl they all knew and that they all needed her to be. The person she was supposed to contact and be working as an assistant for was named Lynn Lincoln. She was the head of the tour for a band of shifters known as the Pride. They were one of the most famous shifter bands in the world, and they were rather exclusive and mysterious. Honestly, Lucy had never heard of them before, and when she was told that she was being sent to work with them, she wasn't excited at all for the musical aspect of the group, since she was much more into the folk scene than the pop scene, but either way, it was the experience of a lifetime. So she sent Lynn a text telling her that she was here and waited for her instructions as to what to do next. JFK was the kind of airport that felt like it was a world in and of itself. It was like there was an entire civilization built around the small shops and the restaurants that were built all around the walkways and the passages that led to the hundreds of different terminals and boarding areas. When she got the text telling her that one of her future coworkers was there to pick her up, she headed toward the direction of where he was supposed to be. His name was Justin Powers, and that was the extent of everything that she knew about him. She found him at the sports bar where she was told that he would be, leaning over a soda staring at a TV screen while he waited for his charge to show up. Lucy walked up to him and tapped him on the shoulder, giving him a start as he nearly jumped out of his seat and turned to face her. He stared at her for a moment, thoughts running through his mind, but none of them taking form in his mouth. They stood there awkwardly for a moment as he looked at her and blinked a few times. "You can't possibly be Lucy Summers," Justin said, shaking his head at the absurdity of it. "Why not?" Lucy asked, smiling at him. "You are way too pretty to be taking an assistant job with Lynn," Justin laughed after a moment. He took another drink from his soda, grabbed his jacket and stood up. He was taller than Lucy, looking down on her from at least a foot above her. She was glad that he was friendly and not impatient with her. She was terrified of this place and everything that was happening, but she thought that she was doing a good job at keeping all of it contained inside of her. She didn't want him to think that she was weak or that she was terrified. She wanted him to know that she was brave and ready for anything. "This is my first time to New York," Lucy said to him with a nervous grin on her face as he navigated the airport like an expert. Outside, she felt like she'd finally conquered the world. "Is it?" he asked her with a smile. "Well, we're pulling out in 3 days, but when we end the tour, we'll be here for about a week working after everyone else has gone home. I'll take you around with the others and we'll show you the sights." "That would be incredible," Lucy said with a beaming grin. He glanced at her and shook his head, like there was some joke being played here that she wasn't a part of. "You know, the guy that got sick and you're taking the place of, he was a total stick in the mud," Justin said with a grin. "It's good to have someone back among the living with us." "Thanks," Lucy said as she plopped down in the passenger seat next to Justin. His car was messy, but so was everything else that seemed to be going on in her life. He was the kind of man who had everything in its own chaotic space and understood how everything was working and operating around him. It was the visualization of all the madness and the insanity that this job was going to inevitably sow in her mind. "So, you're a shifter, right?" she asked, figuring that she would take a chance on asking him. If he were, then he would know what shifters were. If he wasn't, he'd look confused and she would bounce back with some kind of witty remark to throw off suspicion. She had a lifetime of dealing with shifters to know what to do here. "Yeah," he said with a grin. "No need for secrecy on the crew. We're all shifters and Lynn likes it that way. The usual hierarchy remains, with everyone serving the alpha and the betas, but other than that, we're all pretty much equals under the elders. You know how this all goes, right?" "Yep," she nodded earnestly. The Pride headquarters was a very large studio that had a penthouse up top above the garage, the studio, the cafeteria, and the offices that served as ground zero for all the happenings for the Pride and anything that might be related to them. As they pulled up and parked underground, below were the tour bus and trucks with the stage equipment parked, the dozens of shifters running around feverishly to make sure that everything was set ignored them and went about their business. "Welcome to the circus," Justin said with a grin. "Are you familiar with the band's work?" Lucy gave an awkward, embarrassed smile as she shook her head no. "I've never listened to their music before," she confessed. He nodded. "I didn't either," he said with an understanding nod. "I'm a country boy. Tennessee doesn't hold much for the Pride and their yuppie music, but you get used to it. Grab their CDs and listen to them on your free time. Get to know the songs, how long they are, and what goes into them. You're going to live and die by the length of songs on the tour. Come on, I'll go introduce you to Lynn. She's a little stressed right now, but it'll be good for her to see a new face." They stood in an elevator that was much nicer than she'd ever seen before. It was the kind of elevator that she expected the executives on Wall Street to enjoy on a daily basis, not some kind of rock band that was run by shifters. Justin seemed comfortable here, completely at peace, like this was all lost on him now with the familiarity of it all. She hoped that one day she was going to get used to that, but she realized that she only had 3 days before they were pulling out of New York City. 3 days until the whole thing was changing again. It was already dizzying just to keep up. Upstairs, on the 4th floor, she was introduced to the executive offices where there were dozens of interns, assistants, and other minor bureaucrats to the process running around in the storm of it all, trying their hardest to make sure that everything was perfect for the tour to begin. Justin, walking like a god among mortals, led Lucy to the door that was marked Lincoln and gave it a sharp knock before opening the door. Lynn Lincoln was at the heart of the maelstrom, and her office showed it in spades as she tore through folders and files were stacked everywhere. There were reports all over, itineraries, and a multitude of different lists that Lucy couldn't even begin to understand what they could possibly mean. She was a beautiful woman who stood regal and tall in her office, turning and looking at Lucy with bright green eyes that reminded her of jade. There was a frantic seriousness about her, but she knew that this was an armor she was amassing as they were getting closer to deadlines. Right now, Lucy was just seeing Lynn at her most desperate hour, and she tried her hardest not to hold it against her. "Lucy?" Lynn asked in a voice that was high-pitched and girly. She reached out and shook her boss hand, and Lucy grinned at her as she nodded. "Wow, you're breathtaking. Let me give you a piece of advice before we start anything. Don't sleep with any of the people you meet here. By the time we're done with this tour, it's going to be like you having slept with your cousin or with your brother. It'll just be weird at the end." "Thanks for the advice," Lucy laughed, certain that she wouldn't think about that for quite some time. There was a look in Lynn's eyes that pressed the point, not wanting it to get brushed off like it was the mad ramblings of a woman who didn't know what she was talking about. Lucy nodded and agreed that she wouldn't sleep with any of the other tour workers. "Okay, when Ben got sick, he left a huge hole," Lynn said as she turned around and walked behind her desk. "I'm sure you're wondering what your duties are, but thankfully, Ben got most of them tucked away before he went in for surgery, which means that you're mostly left with the cleanup work. When we load up the trucks after every concert, the set crews are going to be in charge of making sure that every box, trunk, and bag is accounted for and that they're right where they're supposed to be. The set manager is Rebecca Vance, but she likes to go by Becca. You're going to be best friends with her, and her job is to make sure we don't lose anything. Her job is 1,000 times more stressful than yours, but you're going to be certain that before we leave every city, we have everything we need. That means you're going to be hanging around the venue while everyone else is off partying and celebrating. Bummer, I know, but you have to make sure that everything is loaded away and give me the green light that we're set for the next showing. Thankfully, Ben had everything acquired, and you just have to make sure we keep it that way. Understand?" "I think so," Lucy nodded nervously. It sounded like a huge responsibility, but she was game for it. She knew that there were a lot of things that went into a tour, and she'd worked at gallery openings and big events like this before, but nothing to this size. That was where things got a little overwhelming. "You'll find out tomorrow just how unprepared you are," Lynn assured her. "But don't worry about it, everything is going to be just fine. We've got a ton of people who are more than willing to lend a helping hand if you need it, and I'm sure that Justin is going to be more than willing to help you out. Isn't that right, Justin?" "Absolutely," Justin said with a voice that suggested that he had more on his plate right now than he could ever swallow. That made Lucy nervous. Maybe she wasn't cut out for this. "Look," Lynn said, walking back around her desk and clearly seeing that Lucy was nervous about all of it. "I know why you're here, and you're here just like the rest of these stooges are. You're here to network for your family and your people, trying to set up relationships and alliances. That's fine and good with me, but I want you to realize that I have a job to do and that there is something else going on here. So, unlike what you've been told your entire life, it's time to put family second and make sure that I don't end up having to chew your head off because you were too busy flirting with one of the backup dancers for Vi's show." "Got it?" "Got it," Lucy nodded nervously. "Good, you're going to do just fine," Lynn clapped her on the shoulder. "Just remember that before I go to sleep, I'm going to expect your report in my hands, and if you don't deliver it, I will hunt you down like a dog and pry it from your cold dead fingers if I have to." Lynn gave her a smile that was supposed to show her that she was joking, but somehow, Lucy wasn't sure that Lynn was actually joking. In fact, she was fairly certain that Lynn would kill her if she had to for the sake of the tour. "We're giving you Ben's room at the Hilton, it's just 2 blocks down. Make sure that you pick a friend to go home with at night. I don't want you getting mugged or killed, and that would mean I'd have to replace your position again, which I would hate." Also, if you are looking for clubs or a bar to go party with friends after work, there are plenty around, but make sure that you remember we start at 7 in the morning at the latest. Those who rise and shine early are looked upon favorably. Yes, Miss Lincoln, Lucy said nervously. Please, call me Lynn, she said with a wolfish grin. Welcome to your new family, Lucy. You're going to love it here. For the first time in her life, Lucy felt like she had made a terrible mistake. Outside of Lynn's office, Justin gave her a look that assured her that everything was going to be just fine. Lucy didn't feel like everything was going to be just fine. She didn't know how to do her job. Was she supposed to examine every piece of cargo that the trucks were carrying with them? Was it her job to make sure that all the little bolts and screws were in their places before she left for the day? It probably was, but that wasn't going to help her sleep tonight or get rid of the stress that was building up inside of her. She wanted to cry right now, but there was something about figuring out all of this that gave her comfort. Freaking out a little, he asked her with a smile on his lips. Yeah, she said with a slightly defeated tone in her voice. Don't worry about it, Justin assured her. You'll get the hang of it and everything you need to know is in Ben's room. I think he left notes for you and everything. Come on, I'll drive you over to the Hilton. She was grateful that Justin was taking the time to walk her through everything. She felt like she'd just been thrown into the deep end and it was more horrifying than anything she had experienced before. She was completely out of her element and that terrified her more than anything. She was going to need to make sure that everything was figured out and ready to go by tomorrow. She didn't want any hang-ups and she didn't want any failures on her account. Dropping her off at the Hilton, Justin walked with her up to the front desk where they gave her the keycard to her room and told her that everything in the room was left there according to her wishes. She didn't know what that meant, but Justin assured her that it just meant that all of Ben's stuff was up there and that it was all ready for her. What was he sick with? Lucy asked him nervously. I don't even know, Justin shrugged. I just heard that he got sick and that he was going to have to go get some kind of surgery and that being on the road for months wasn't going to be good for him. It's not contagious, is it? Lucy asked nervously. No, I'm certain it isn't, Justin said, trying to assure her, but it was a little too late for that. He looked at her nervously and helped her up to the 5th floor where Ben's old room was lurking. Everyone on this floor is part of the tour. I'm in charge of reservations and making sure that everything is set for us when we get to our destinations. Right now, everything is falling apart around us at a catastrophic level, but that's normal, or so they say. Chin up. Things are going terribly for us all, so we're all on the same page right now. Thanks, Justin. He nodded gratefully to her before turning and heading down the hallway, no doubt going back to the headquarters to keep working on making those reservations. They were touring all over the country, hitting every major city, and she could only imagine how nerve-wracking that must be for someone who is supposed to make sure that everyone has a place to sleep at night. She watched him go and slipped her keycard into the lock and listened for the beep before the lock clicked. Inside, the room looked exactly like one would expect a hotel room to look like. There was nothing fancy or exciting about it, and it was probably the most depressing thing that she'd ever seen. There were boxes full of lists and paperwork that Ben had amassed for her that she was probably going to have to pore over. She took a step forward and looked at all of it, dragging her luggage into the room and closing the door behind her. The desk was covered in binders and boxes, but there was a tablet sitting right in the center of all of it, like the eye in the hurricane of her business. Taking off her jacket and scarf, she tossed them on the bed and took a step forward. Dear Lucy, she read the letter that was waiting for her when she turned on the tablet. Sorry that you're the one that they're throwing into this meat grinder right now, but I'm trying to help you out the best that I can in my condition. I'm extremely organized, which should be a bonus for you, and I have everything broken down to each container that you and the band will be taking with you on tour. There is nothing that should be out of place, and each member of the setup crew is in charge of certain boxes. Remember, if there's something that isn't packed away and they can't find it at another venue, that's not your problem, it's Becca's. Becca will rip apart whoever is specifically in charge of that crate. Your job is simply to make sure that it's all loaded and that the trucks arrive with all of it at the venues. It's a simple job now that I've got it all acquired. The boxes in front of you are the sources where I found all of the materials inside of the set pieces and who to talk to if something goes missing. It's real easy and it's real simple for you now. Take care of my babies and have fun. Sincerely, Ben Calivan. Lucy set down the tablet and looked at all of the boxes and wondered if she was going to have to bring all of this with her when she got onto the bus in 3 days. She looked at all of the boxes, trying her hardest to figure out what she was supposed to do. There were files on everything and she didn't know where one began and where the other ended. She took a deep breath and started to go through the boxes and figured that there would be something here to tell her what it was exactly that was expected of her, but it was just a bunch of endless notes. There was everything that was ever required to help make this tour a success. From everything she knew about the band, they were a huge, exciting performance that made people flock from all over the country like it was some kind of holy experience to be a part of each concert, and when she started to look at what went into the whole operation, she began to feel stunned and shocked by the amount of effort and money being funneled into all of this to make the tour possible. This wasn't even factoring in the cost of touring itself. She could only think about how much money was going into lodging, food, gas, and all the other necessities that were going to make all of this possible. She felt baffled and shocked by the amount of money they were going to spend. Turning on the tablet again and swiping past the information that Ben had left her in his kind letter, she looked at all the work that he was in the middle of doing. Right now, he had the information, the receipts, the emails, and the reports from 1,000 different places among hundreds of people who all came together to build the sets and the structures they were going to be working with. This was the madness behind the art. That was when she realized that her job was to compile the last of the information into the tablet so that she had it with her when she was on the road. She looked at the 7 boxes of information that was here for her to sift through. There was a spreadsheet waiting for her, and she realized that she needed to get to work right away. This was the last final push he had been a part of, and it was her job to make sure the last of his information was logged away. She had 3 days to take down all the information she needed for them to take off and start their tour all ready and set to go. That was the horrifying reality of her job right now. She was in charge of all of this, and this was her dominion. She took a deep breath and grabbed the nearest box that was marked with one of the songs they were going to sing while on tour. It was clear to her now that everything had its purpose and that everything was going to be broken down according to the concert's playlist. She looked at the nearest box and shook her head. She was going to have to go through it piece by piece. She felt like she was in college again, cramming to get everything done in time for the deadline that was crawling closer and closer to her with a merciless hunger in its eyes. She took a deep breath and she knew that there was nothing to it but burning some midnight oil. She grabbed the nearest box, stuffed the tablet in the box, and started to make her way toward the lounge. The lounge was the kind of place where she surprisingly felt comfortable. There was nothing about the place that looked like there would be a rowdy or a raucous crowd. Lynn had said there were nearby places that would provide that sort of scene, and that was probably so she could keep people away from the lounge at the Hilton. There were more than a few people poring over their own notes, laptops splayed out for them to work with. She looked inside the lounge and realized that this was going to work out just fine for her. She just needed to pick her own little spot in the back where she could be left alone. She took a deep breath and picked the location that served her best, tucked away and far from the prying eyes of others. From her experience, it was hard to get anything done in a bar because there were always men who were interested in talking to her, but tonight, she figured that she would probably be just fine with all of the other people here who were clearly on business or part of the tour group. She settled in and ordered a cocktail from the bar, waiting for it to arrive before she got to work on the behemoth of a pile of files and folders in front of her. She'd caught a few strange looks when she was bringing in the enormous box, but she knew that she was going to get that anyway, so she didn't let them bother her. She brushed them off and continued the way she was going. When her drink arrived, she was left with nothing more than her own thoughts and ideas about what she was doing here. It was crazy to think that this morning, she was in Montana and she didn't have a clue what she was going to be doing here. She still didn't really know what she was doing here, but she was going to try her hardest. In the end, she felt that she wanted to cry as she worked. The optimism wasn't enough to save her from the overwhelming stress that had come over her. She was out of her element and there was no one interested in helping her or being here with her. The people that she was supposed to work with were all captivated by their own troubles, their own tasks and their own struggles. She couldn't expect them to throw down everything and help her without her taking up time in their tasks as well. She didn't want to be a burden on the people she was working with, but she was so dismayed by everything that was coming up on her. She took a deep breath and downed the last of her daiquiri and ordered another one. She needed the liquid courage, and as she looked at the files and all the progress she was going to need to make, she steeled herself and told herself that she was going to be just fine. She was going to be able to survive this, and there was nothing anyone was going to be able to do to stop her. Yes, she was alone, but that didn't mean she was defeated or that she was going to give up on her job. She was going to do everything she needed to do to survive. Taking another deep breath, she nursed her second daiquiri before ordering a mojito and continuing to work. As she looked around her, she noticed that people were getting up and leaving, calling it a night, but she was still wide awake. She was still 3 hours ahead of all of them. She wasn't even tired yet. Between the time zone change and the stress of everything that was happening, she was alive and well. She noticed that a handsome man was sitting at the bar, leaning his head forward and looking at the drink in front of him. There were only a handful of other people in the lounge, and she realized that it had been over an hour since she had first sat down. She was making good progress. She figured if she kept going at this rate, she would be done with the boxes in 2 days. Of course, she was sure there would be other things that showed up and caused her grief, but she would deal with them as they came up. She glanced up as she felt a pair of eyes on her. She looked around and tried to figure out who was looking at her, and she realized that it was the man at the bar. She glanced at him and smiled. He was handsome, and for the first time since she'd been here, she felt something other than worry, stress, or fear. She felt like there was something inside of her that was alive and eager. She took a deep breath and tried to remember what Lynn had told her. But she didn't think this guy was part of the crew. She supposed that if he came over to talk with her, she wouldn't be afraid of sharing a drink with him. No, she had work to do and she wasn't going to encourage this. She bent her head to the task and started working again. Yes, she had a bunch to do and there was no time to flirt just yet.
Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story. Chapter 2. Of course, nothing ever worked out that simply. She knew she was supposed to be working right now, but when she looked up and saw the man nervously making eye contact with her, she couldn't help but study him a little bit more. She stared at him and studied his features, taking him in for what he was and trying her hardest not to get herself into trouble. Lucy was no stranger to boys. In fact, most of her life had been dedicated to figuring out what it was to have boys in her life. She needed to figure out what she was going to do when boys showed up and started flirting with her. Beautiful girls knew how to work with the organic dance of coming to terms with the reality that boys wanted to get to know you very well and that they had intentions. If there was one thing she was guilty of, it was the fact that she was very interested in those intentions. It wasn't that Lucy was a slut, but she wasn't afraid of sex. Sure, at one point in her life when she had been a virgin, she was scared of having sex for the first time, But since the moment she thought that sex was something she wanted to be good at, she realized it was something she wanted a lot of in her life. Though she'd only had a handful of boyfriends, she picked them specifically for the hope that they wouldn't betray her trust, and that they would be worth the effort and work that a relationship required. She didn't want a douche to think of her as a conquest. Since college, however, she hadn't really invested the time in anyone because she wasn't ready for it. She wasn't eager for another heartbreak, and the last one had been a doozy. But this guy, there was something special about him. He was a classic sort of handsome she had never really thought about, but she'd always been attracted to. There was maturity to the look he had which made her want to know more about him. He wore gray pants and a gray vest over a soft blue button-up shirt he'd rolled the sleeves up on and was making quite the statement with. He was striking, handsome, and fashionable. She looked at his cheeks, jawline, and chin, all of them covered with a thin brown stubble that was both well cared for and actually rugged-looking. She hated whenever she saw men that didn't know how to care for a short beard or just couldn't grow stubble if they wanted to. This man, however, had the good, solid look of an even stubble that she truly admired. His long hair was combed back and maintained well, keeping it out of his face, and he wore a pair of glasses that weren't necessarily vogue, but they weren't ugly either. They were the kind of glasses that drew her attention only when she really noticed them and really gave him the chance to be admired. They sat on his gentle slope of a nose, and his high cheekbones looked like they were about to support them. He had blue eyes that reminded her of the distant sky on a spring day. She felt overly romantic about the look of him. Of course, his appearance was made possible by the fact that he was strong-looking, the kind of build that came from the blessings of the Lord above and the hard work of a gym to keep it just so. She looked at it and she saw him as a person who really knew how to make sure that he was taken care of and that he was healthy. She liked that about him. She'd dated too many men who had just left college and were lost as to what they were doing with themselves, and the first victim of that chaotic time was their body. But this man had a look that might suggest that he was a few years older than her. She looked down, realizing that they'd locked their eyes for far too long. It had been almost a year, and she was more than eager to have sex with a handsome guy that she'd just met. What was wrong with her? "Hi," a voice said to her. It was the kind of deep, smoky voice that came from a man who knew how to use his voice, not a smoker. She looked up and stared into the eyes of the handsome man from the bar, and he extended his hand to her in a formal introduction that made her wonder what was happening right now. "James," he said softly. She reached out and shook his hand, grinning like a mad fool as she stared at him in a baffled and strangely humbled sensation that made her feel like she was drowning. "Lucy," she answered, and he grinned at her. "That's a fantastic name, Lucy," he said to her as he sat down. She thought it was bold of him to just sit down across from her, but there was something exciting about that. She liked that he wasn't waiting for her permission and that she wasn't going to have to give it to him. They were the last people in the lounge, and it looked like the bartender was about to call it quits as well. The lounge was open 24 hours a day, but they were going to run out of drinks very soon, and that slightly worried her. "Are you with the tour?" he asked her after a second of silence where she felt like she was drowning in an eternity of thoughts and second-guessings that were flooding into her mind. She knew she needed to get a grip on herself, but how was she supposed to get a grip when he was so cute? "Yeah," she said with a little shrug. "I'm new though. I just got called in today. I'm a replacement for Ben Calivan." "So you're the poor soul that got stuck with his job," James said with a grin and shaking his head. "It's a hell of a lot of work that he's put in for the job, and his body definitely took the toll for it. I heard it was his gallbladder. I think those only exist for you to have them taken out. Or are those appendages?" "Appendixes," Lucy laughed at the mix-up. "I think you're right, though." "Well, how are you liking the tour?" James asked her with a grin that looked like he was already aware of how much she was getting overwhelmed and stressed out by all of it. "It's madness," she said without really giving away anything. She didn't want him to know that she was drowning under the waterfall of jobs that she needed to get done right now. She wanted to convey a strong and powerful woman. "It absolutely is, and it never gets easier," James assured her as he took a drink from his glass of dark liquid. She had no idea what he was drinking, but he appeared to be enjoying it. "How did you end up getting the job?" James asked her after a moment. "My parents and the elders of my pack put in the application for me," she confessed after a moment. not afraid to tell the truth of her situation. It wasn't like she was embarrassed by the fact that she'd never heard of the Pride before a few weeks ago. There were plenty of people who never listened to their music before. It all just depended upon what kind of life you lived. So she wasn't afraid of telling him the truth at all. I guess I beat out all the other applicants. It wasn't anything that I did by any means. I'm sure they saw something impressive in you, James assured her. I know that Lynn is a stickler for the tour and hates when shifter politics get in the way of things running smoothly. She's already threatened to have a bunch of people kicked out if they didn't stop playing the game. The game? Lucy looked at him with a furrowed brow. You know, James laughed. The game where you're supposed to find out if there's a mate here for you or someone that you can marry to advance your family or group. There are so many new people and new faces who try to put their own groups ahead of the tour, and she hates that. Do you let things get ahead of the tour? Lucy asked him, wondering if there was more to this conversation than he was letting on. He laughed at that, and she really liked the sound of his unbridled laughter, but she wasn't sure what had set him off. He looked at her and he shook his head. I'm not exactly the one in charge of that, he said with a shrug. The higher you get on the totem pole, the less say you have in who you want to spend the rest of your days with. He paused for a moment and looked at her with thoughtful eyes that sent a chill down her spine. But I would definitely be willing to buy you a drink if you'd let me. Are you flirting with me? She asked him with a suspicious tone in her voice. She wasn't about to get in trouble because he was looking for a date. Not yet, he said with a charming smile. But I definitely intend to make my intentions clear to you in a few minutes. Would you two like anything else before the bar closes up? The bartender came over like he'd heard what they were talking about and took his cue to ask for the last call. This was the moment of choice, and she knew that if she ordered something, she was going to be saying yes to him, and she was going to be telling James that she was interested in having a drink with him. That was a risky thing to do, and she wasn't sure this was the best way for her to start out the tour. Lynn had warned her about sleeping with members of the crew, and right now, she was more than interested in seeing what was going on underneath that man's clothes. She took a deep breath and stared at him for a moment, studying his face before she decided what she was going to do. God, he was handsome. I'll have another mojito, she said with a smile on her lips. She'd had more than enough to drink, and she probably wasn't actually going to drink it, but she was more than willing to pretend to nurse it until they were done talking for the night. She really wanted to keep him around for a little while longer. Whiskey was all that James said to the bartender, and the smile on his lips was enough to tell her that he was extremely excited that she had said yes to him. She knew that he was going to gloat over this. So what are you going to do for the tour? She asked him, leaning forward, and wondered how much trouble she was going to be in if she progressed down the path of showing her own intentions to him. She didn't want to find out that this was Lynn's personal assistant. I work with the performance, he said with a shrug. There was a look in his eyes that told her today had been rough. Something had been difficult, and he wasn't interested in talking about this particular subject. That was fine, she was willing to move on, but she was going to let him pick the subject. You are incredibly beautiful. I bet you've heard that 1,000,000 times in your life. A few, she shrugged. That was the biggest understatement of the night. She looked at him, wondering what he was thinking right now. Was he trying to find something that was going to wow her that she hadn't heard before? This made her feel even more curious about what was going to come out of his mouth next. It's an effortless beauty, he said with a ponderous voice, lost in his own contemplations and thought that made her wonder what he did for a living. It's the kind of beauty that someone would take as a muse for their art. You know what I'm saying? You have to see it every morning when you look in the mirror when you first get up. I'm a little desensitized, she confessed to him. Can I ask you something personal? He asked her after a moment. Sure, she shrugged, deciding that there were worse things in the world than a personal question. Are you stressed right now? More than ever. Me too, he confessed. She looked at him and knew that if there was one thing she wanted right now, it would be to lean across the table and to kiss him. There is sort of a frantic moment between people when they first meet and they're attracted to each other, and she felt that right now. She felt it inside of her, and she knew there was something that deeply wanted him and hungered for him. It was a sort of frantic excitement inside of her, the sort of lingering childhood excitement of having someone interested in you. She felt like a schoolgirl out on the playground for the first time in ages. She smiled at him and she felt like she was getting the chance of a lifetime. She didn't remember at what point she thought that leaning across the table and kissing him was a good idea. But she did. She was stopped halfway by the same thought that had entered into his mind as well. Their kiss was a lingering thing, the kind of potent spark that brought life into the darkness, and she found that her fears and worries were suddenly evaporated in that kiss. She couldn't explain why they thought it was a good idea or that it was a necessary idea, but when she kissed him, she knew that there was nothing more she wanted in the world than to keep kissing him, to keep her soft lips pressed against his warm, caring lips. They felt like a pleasing caress and a welcome that she didn't know that she needed. She found his kiss to be the kind of reminder she needed in her life that things were okay and that she was capable of excitement and danger just like the rest of the world. She took a deep breath, pulling away from him and lingering just a few inches away from him, wondering if she was making a huge mistake right now or if she was going to be okay. It didn't matter in the end. She knew that life was short and she had to do what she wanted. She had to be willing to take the plunge and dive right in when it meant that she was going to have a release and an experience that she wanted. She was finally feeling like she was in control of her life. She was going out on a limb and doing something dangerous. She didn't know anything about this man and she didn't know who he was, but she was more than willing to try and do something new, something exciting that she had never experienced before. She loved the feeling of his lips on hers, and as she kissed him again, she knew that she wanted to slip down the rabbit hole of James' life. She wanted to know him in a way that she knew no one else. Sure, it was spontaneous, it was dangerous, and the feelings were childish, but she didn't care. By the time they were up from their seats and she was hauling the box of notes and materials that Ben had left her, she was laughing and more than excited to get everything back to her room. She unlocked the door and showed him into the room that she was calling home for a little while longer. She dropped her box off at the desk and turned around to look at him. James was the kind of handsome that made her ache, the kind of manly beauty that she didn't think was real in the world, but she was getting treated to everything she wanted. She was going to be doing things for her family for the rest of her life. It was time for her to actually enjoy her own life. She wasn't afraid to do so, and she wasn't afraid to demand as much for this one moment. She would get to finding a husband and finding a political alliance that her pack needed later. But tonight, she was going to enjoy everything she could for herself. "Cozy," he said, looking around the hotel room with a smile on his lips. No, it was more like a smirk. She liked the look on his face. It was the face that made her feel warm. "Sorry if this is going too fast," he said to her with a shrug. "We can slow it down if you'd like." She grabbed him and pulled him closer to her as she kissed him, pulling him so close that she could feel his entire body against hers. She was pleased with herself and she was pleased with him. He had given her everything she had wanted and she had been given everything she needed to forget the world. When he told her that he needed to get back to his own hotel room because there was plenty of work left for him to get done, she didn't think it was strange at all. She was alive and awake for the time being, gliding around the room with the kind of radiant exuberance having been laid provided everyone. She flitted about her tasks to finish up the box she had nearly completed. When she was done, she dropped down on the bed and woke up a few hours later to her alarm, and that was when she realized there was something wrong. In fact, there was something seriously wrong with her. Standing up and looking in the mirror, she had lost the glow she had been given in the fading hours of them being together. There was no longer any glow, and there was definitely nothing here that made her feel excited and happy to be alive. It was still very dark outside, and she had only experienced 3 hours of sleep, but that definitely wasn't causing what was the matter with her. She stared at her face in the mirror, and she couldn't tell anything immediately. Walking into the bathroom, she flipped on the light and started her shower, wondering if maybe she had just had too much to drink. No, that definitely wasn't the case. She definitely wasn't a drunk, but she had been through college recently and everyone had a drink at dinner, parties, events, or one of the other myriad of functions she would attend. She had a high tolerance. But as she finished off a bottle of water that she'd bought at the airport, she couldn't help but wonder if she was having the feeling. There was nothing mystical or wondrous about the feeling to shifters, but there was definitely something that was mystical about it to humans. As far as she knew, they didn't have it like they did. Sure, some women would get the feeling, but not until they were farther along than the night before. But shifters weren't humans. They were more connected to the primal and wild side of their bodies. They were members of the animal kingdom, and they were fiercely loyal to that aspect of their mind. It was what gave shifters their edge in many aspects of their lives. It was why so many shifters could tell if there was something bad about to happen, whether they were in enemy territory or if there was a storm coming. Sure, none of those were really that useful in the current civilized era of the modern world, but back in the day they meant something. Right now, however, there was a different feeling she was experiencing. It was unlike anything she had ever been through before in her life. It was something wild and untamed, powerful and compelling. It was like someone had lit a fire inside of her and she was going to burst into flames if she didn't control it. She wanted to control it, but there was nothing she could do to stabilize it. Something inside of her body was telling her that there had been a critical change in the past 3 hours. The only reason why she didn't believe her mind or the old wives' tales that her mother and her grandmother had filled her head with was the fact that a woman couldn't get pregnant in 3 hours, right? Did it really happen that quickly? She wished she'd never listened to them when they had told her all of that trash. But every shifter passed their information down to the next generation. So little about their people was known, but apparently all shifter women were supposed to know the moment they were with child. It was an evolutionary thing, as far as Lucy knew. Female shifters were supposed to know when they were pregnant so that they could be cared for and protected by their people, or group they were living in. It was a way to ensure that their people lived on. As she ran the soap over her body and washed her hair, Lucy prayed that she wasn't pregnant. How could she be pregnant? She was on the pill. Sure. She was certain that James hadn't worn a condom last night, and that was stupid. She should have protected herself better. But if she was pregnant, she had no choice but to keep the child. She felt a sinking sensation in the pit of her stomach as a darkness swelled and swirled inside of her chest. If she was pregnant, then her parents were going to be furious. She could already hear the angry words raining down upon her as she stood in front of them with her head held in shame. That didn't matter right now, however. She had to go to them and she had to tell them the moment she was certain, and if she was certain, then that meant she would need to talk to James first. She needed to tell him that she was pregnant and that she was going to be the mother of their child. All of this seemed hasty and she needed to take a test first. She couldn't help but remember the old wives' tales that her parents and grandparents had told her. This was the knowledge of her people and she should have faith in it. She should trust that she knew what she was being told by her body. She had all of the answers inside of herself. She just needed to listen. By the time her shower was over, Lucy was horrified by the possibility that she was genuinely pregnant. She didn't know James. It wasn't like they had spent any time getting to know each other. They had basically shared their names, told each other that they were stressed and that they thought sex would relieve the stress, and Viola the sex had quadrupled the stress that she was feeling right now. In fact, she was certain she was hyperventilating. She was going to pass out if she wasn't careful. She knew that she was pregnant, and she knew there were going to be some very basic things she was going to need to come to terms with. She was going to have to start facing the reality that she was living in a world where she was pregnant and there was no escaping that. She needed to put on her big girl pants, suck down a deep breath, and come to terms with the reality that she was going to get out of this bathroom, get dressed, and go about her day like there was nothing wrong with her. She was new to this job, but she was going to be smart about this new dilemma. She was going to take careful steps to make sure she didn't screw things up more than she already had. She sucked down a brave breath and took a step forward, opening the door to the bathroom and going out into the room to get dressed. She went about her routine with a kind of glazed-over thought process, trying her hardest to keep her mind on the fact that she had a huge job in front of her and she had things that she needed to get done. She couldn't waste any more time freaking out or panicking about things beyond her control. Sure, maybe she was pregnant. No, who was she kidding? She knew. She knew that she was pregnant, just like she knew that when she walked outside the sky was going to be blue. But it didn't really matter. She was going to give her pack another child, and she was going to make sure that all of them were happy with another addition to the family. Beyond that, what more could she really demand? What more could they ask for her? Sure, there would be rumors about her being a slut and about her going out there and screwing everything up that she was supposed to do. But that didn't really matter. She would find James and she would talk to him. But beyond the few insults that would be thrown her direction, she knew that she was going to be just fine if she kept her head up. By the time her makeup was done and she was feeling pretty good about the day, She was all set to head out into the world with a brave new attitude. Sure, things were looking a little gloomy right now, but she was certain that if she approached James and talked to him about it, everything was going to be just fine.
Chapter 3. The world of the bus tour was moving at a whirlwind pace. It was the kind of dazzling spectacle of pace and chaos that made Lucy really feel like she was in the middle of a hurricane that was spinning out of control, ready to hit the mainland any second and destroy the whole world. The truth was, however, that there was no slowing it down. Things were moving so fast that she felt like the whole garage had changed in the few precious hours that she had gotten for herself last night. To see it in such a dazzling and spectacular flow was kind of inspiring. Of course, if her nerves weren't destroying her, she would have probably enjoyed it a whole lot more, but right now, it was hard to concentrate on anything other than her own troubles that were plaguing her. At the moment, it felt like the most important thing that she could do was keep out of everyone's way. She didn't want to cause any kind of a scene and she didn't want to get in the way of massive projects. As far as she knew, she was just a little ant that had become irrelevant to the rest of the group when Ben finished all of his jobs. She was the cleanup crew, and as she walked to the elevator and pressed the button, there were dozens of other people lining up to get into the elevator as well. She wondered if they were all shifters, and if they were, could they smell the pregnancy hanging off of her? Could they tell that she was pregnant? The thought horrified her and she tried her hardest not to think about it. Going all the way to the floor that she knew her office was on, she watched the doors open at each floor, letting workers and office staff off at every level along the way. It was a long, trudging ascent to the floor that she was on and she tried her hardest not to let the frustration of it get to her. She should have taken the stairs. That would teach her. Tomorrow, she was going up the stairs. The doors opened to her floor and the offices were bustling with people running back and forth and talking on the phone. She knew that the one thing that she needed to get done right now was to find out where Justin was and to see if he could point her in the direction of Rebecca Vance, who was supposed to be the person that she was coordinating everything with. Without Rebecca, she was completely lost. Knocking on the door framed to Justin's office, his door wide open and he was clearly on the phone with someone, Lucy waited for him to finish. When he was done, he hung up his phone and looked at her with a beaming smile. "How's it going, new girl?" he asked her with a kind of teasing voice. "Kind of crazy," Lucy said with a heavy sigh. "I was hoping that you could point me in the direction of Rebecca Vance. I think I should probably introduce myself to her." "Supply and construction," Justin grinned. "Good call. You're going to like her. She's a real class act. She's the kind of pretty that makes you wonder why you would ever let someone like her in a garage full of animals and tools, but she's better than anyone else I know. I've heard people call her Becca. Does she prefer that?" Lucy asked him nervously. "Who knows what Becca likes," he said with a mischievous grin on his face. "She's kind of like everyone's big sister downstairs. She's always looking out for everyone, and that means she's hardly looking out for herself. But I'm sure the two of you will get along famously." Lucy found herself back at the elevator, the last place in the world that she wanted to be. She stared at the doors, waiting for them to open, and when they did, they were flooded by people coming and going, cramming into the tight space in hopes of getting to their destination as quickly as possible. This was nothing more than insanity to her, but Justin didn't seem to mind. Downstairs, it wasn't hard to find Becca Vance. She was the woman in a white and green floral dress that looked like she belonged in a painting with hair as crimson as a dark rose. She was telling a pair of men who were loading a box with tools how they should be doing their job properly. While others probably thought they would resent the lecture, their faces expressed something close to honored pleasure. They were grateful for her words. "Hey, Becca," Justin called for her as he stuffed his hands in his pockets and strolled up to her. She turned and looked at Lucy with enormous blue eyes that looked like they were in danger of falling out of her pretty face. "This is the newest member of our party, Lucy. She's taking over for Ben." She wanted to stop by and meet you. Hi, Lucy, Becca declared in a beautiful southern accent that made Lucy feel warm inside. She shook Lucy's hand and her grip was soft, but there was a firmness there that couldn't be denied. I'm glad that you're finally here. Ben tried his hardest to get everything ready for you. Yeah, I have some boxes to still consolidate, but I'm getting there, Lucy said with a smile. Is there anything that I can do to help you? Okay, while you two hit it off, I'm going to head back upstairs, Justin said with a grin on his face. Have fun, you two. Bye, Justin, Becca called after him. Her eyes turned back to Lucy after Justin was gone and she felt something close to friendship in those perfect eyes. Look, I know that this job can be intimidating, but I promise you, everything is going to work out just fine. There's lots to get done still, but that's my job and you don't have to worry about a thing. Your job is going to be that you make sure the crew has everything packed up, and if we magically lose something, you have the information as to how we can get it back. Other than that, you don't have to worry about a thing. I'm going to make sure that everything is just right for us on the construction side, and you're going to make sure that Lynn is confident in us. So, you don't need my help down here? Lucy asked her nervously. Nope, Becca said with a smile. I'm sure we'll be hanging out a lot when we're finally on the road, but right now, it's just paperwork and making sure that everything is packed. Stop by tomorrow night and we'll make sure everything is loaded up before we hit the road. The first 2 shows are in town and that's going to make it easy for us to test everything out and make sure we didn't leave anything behind. Cool, Lucy said with a relieved grin on her face. Don't be scared, Becca put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Everything is going to be fantastic. There was a loud commotion on the other side of the garage and there were people hooting and cheering, slapping hands on the backs of several people that were heading into the garage. She looked at them and she tried to figure out who was coming in that everyone was excited for. The room swelled with a kind of energy she wasn't used to. This was the kind of excitement that made her feel like she was doing God's work here or something. But as the workers in the garage started to part and let her see who was coming through, she realized this was someone special. This was one of the centerpieces to the group. This was one of the bands that were going to be playing the tour. This was one of the big kahunas, one of the top dogs of the whole program. This was like seeing royalty walking among them. As she stared like a baffled schoolgirl, she noticed that one of the band members looked oddly familiar. He walked across the garage with a smile on his lips, but with a large pair of aviators on his face as he grinned, mingling with the few people that were talking with him and stopping him along the way. She hadn't expected band members to be so nice to the grunts of the project, but as he walked with his leather jacket slung over his shoulder, he had a sort of kindness in him that she didn't anticipate. He tilted back the newsboy hat and she realized with a grim understanding that shattered through her mind that she knew the man. That was James. Seeing James was terrifying to her. He was the leader of the band. She didn't know how to handle this. She had just slept with the head of the band she was working for. That had to violate some kind of rules or trust that you were going to screw the head of the band. In less than 4 hours, she had probably compromised her entire position here. What was Lynn going to say? What were her parents going to say? Should she go up and talk to James? How was she supposed to handle any of this? Who is that? Lucy asked, trying her hardest not to sound too impressed or too enthralled with the sight of James. You don't know who that is? Becca asked with a confused expression on her face. Lucy felt like a fool, but she didn't want to give away the fact that she knew who James was, kind of. Honestly, right now she felt like she didn't know who James was at all. That was probably because she didn't. Why hadn't he said that he was part of the band yesterday? That's James McCready, Becca said with a smile on her lips. He's the lead singer of the Pride, the reason we're all here. When had he said anything about that yesterday? Lucy didn't understand what was happening right now. How could she end up getting drinks with a guy, take him back to her room, and end up sleeping with him, and not know that he was the lead singer of a very famous band? In fact, he was the lead singer of the band that she was working for. That was even worse. She looked at Becca, wondering if Becca could tell just how stupid she was right now. He's very handsome, Lucy said with a smile on her lips. She wanted to test the waters. See what she can find out from Becca. It was a risky move, but she thought she could do it. Be careful, Becca said with a smile on her lips and a dark tone in her voice. That man is untouchable right now. What's that supposed to mean? Lucy asked with a confused expression on her face. That man is engaged right now, Becca said with a disappointed tone. It was clear to Lucy that Becca also had interests in James. Unfortunately, Lucy was beginning to want to kill the man she had slept with the night before. How could he lie to her about that? How could he not tell her that he was engaged to someone else? That seemed extremely wrong to her, and she immediately resented him for it. He's engaged to our show's other main attraction, Violet White. She's the flashy intro for them. All sex appeal and not a whole lot of talent. That was when Lucy understood. She could see it in Becca's eyes now, the mixture of sorrow and lust, both of them fading away. She was just like Lucy. She had been in love with James, too. It's not like Lucy could blame her. James was extremely attractive, but she did feel jealous. More so, she felt the conflicting emotions inside of her. Who was this Violet? Why hadn't James told her about Violet? How was she going to tell James that she was pregnant now? What were people going to say? How was she going to tell her parents? All of this was going through her mind. At the same time, she couldn't help but think about how attractive James was. The thing was, engagements were political affairs. The Pride was more than just a band, it was a group of shifters. If they were all part of this band, then they were all part of the same shifter group. There was a natural order to that. Thus, this was a political engagement, no doubt. She didn't doubt that James was probably the head of his shifter pack. He was probably the heir apparent, and this Violet White was probably going to be making the political movement of the century by joining up with him in marriage. She's a very lucky lady, Lucy said with a smile. There isn't a shifter female in the world that doesn't hate her, Becca said with a ruthless grin. She's lucky because she has an important family. James's parents and her parents are trying to form an alliance. It's your typical Machiavellian politics between families. No one like James ever gets to marry for love. Lucy hadn't thought about it like that. There was something sad and disheartening about all of this. She had really liked the man that she met last night. In fact, she wanted to know more about him. She wanted to know why he laughed, what made him cry, and what captivated his thoughts during the day. She couldn't help but feel like a romantic around him. She couldn't help but be attracted to him. As she watched him walk, she wondered what it was that Violet had that she didn't. She supposed that was the blessing of having a powerful family or clan. Lucy didn't have anything close to that. Instead, she was from a small town that didn't matter. Maybe it was the romantic inside Lucy, but she didn't believe that parents could pick up true love. She also didn't believe true love came in the form of a political maneuver. In fact, the more she thought about it, she knew true love could only come from the heart. God, she really wanted to be proven right. But that was what the legends said. The legends claimed that mates had an unshakable bond. It was a bond forged in iron and gold. It was something that was made to last. Of course, she wondered if those who were stuck with political mates thought differently. From the time she was a child, she'd heard stories about mates. Even if children's tales about smitten lovers were supposed to make children swoon, that's not how it really worked, according to Lucy. There was no way parents could pick up on true love. She knew better than that. The world knew better than that. But she knew that that didn't stop people from making arranged marriages for mates. She hated that. She hated that sense of feeling helpless, and she wanted what she wanted, but that didn't change the world around her. She knew she was better than this, and there was no reason to make any of this personal. There was an unshakable bond, and that was something no one could ever argue about or could ever question. You just left mates alone, and as she thought about it, all she could think about was how angry she was at James that he had lied to her about this. He had tricked her and he had deceived her. Why had he done that? What kind of a man did that? I could never look as good as Violet, Becca said with a heavy sigh. Lucy remembered seeing Violet White on television a few times, but she was so out of touch with music that it was impossible for her to remember what the woman looked like. Lucy bet she could look that stunning too, so could Becca. Of course they would just need the army of stylists and makeup artists that Violet White had at her beck and call all the time. Oh, and they'd need the trainer and the nutritionist and the fashion expert that made sure that they always looked cute. Yeah, anyone could look that good if they had all of that at their disposal. She was cynical, and as they both let out a heavy sigh, they both tried to pretend like they didn't hear each other and tried their hardest to kill the awkward moment that had suddenly appeared between them. She looked at Lucy and gave her a smile. Get to work finishing up those boxes and meet me at the first venue. I know that this is all really a lot to take in, but in no time, you're going to have it all down like it's second hand. Becca gave her an assuring smile and touched her on the shoulder. Don't worry and don't be scared. We'll make it through this together. Thanks, Lucy said with a grin. Her next 2 days were spent consolidating a mountain of data and information that she never really understood what it was about. It was her job to make it simple to find someone who sold certain oddball items they might need, like the little screws that could only be used to keep the inflatable beach together for Violet's concert section or the filters for the lights for when James and the Pride went up onto the stage. It was a lot of senseless, mind-numbingly dull work, but when she ordered room service and charged it to the tour's expenses, she felt pretty good about herself. She could get used to all of this. In fact, she was getting used to feeling like she knew what was happening in the first place. All she needed now was to scrub her mind of the terror that was lurking in there that she was pregnant with a cheater's child. She supposed that she had time to figure everything out, and right now, she just needed to act cool and keep it together for the time being. All she could think about were the files in front of her and the boxes that she needed to get rid of. Everything else just sort of faded away. The only time she would look up was when she ate, slept, or answered her phone to keep Lynn updated. Now, all she needed was the concert to get here.
Chapter 4. The first venue was at a location that she had never seen before, and she didn't think that there was ever going to be a way to fill the stadium that was completely large enough to fit her entire hometown. She looked up at the ceiling and stared in baffled amazement as she arrived with the trucks to set up, as per the request of Becca. She wanted Lucy to get a look at what it was going to be like for them to set up the stages, get all of the background ready, and everything that would be necessary for the musicians and for the entertainers that would be performing with them as well. It was a whole affair, and it was much more than just a man sitting out on a stage with a guitar. She felt overwhelmed looking at everything, and she couldn't get the smile off her face as dozens of crew members started to spread out, unloading the truck and getting crates and pieces of equipment ready as they started to carry out their various tasks. It was easy to see that they had done this hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. "This is incredible," Lucy said to Becca, who was watching her crew members working with the speed and pace that she had inspired in of them long ago. She looked at Lucy with a pleased expression on her face. "I'm glad that you're impressed," Becca said with a laugh. "They've been running through this for a month now. They should really be able to do all of it with their eyes closed by now. I expect perfection from them, and they haven't let me down yet." I never had any idea that this much work went into a performance, Lucy said with a baffled expression, finding it hard to hide what she was thinking. That's the point of all of this, Becca assured her. People find it amazing, but they don't have the first idea what goes into it. That's part of the magic of it all. Becca let out a sigh and watched as her foreman made sure that everything was running smoothly so that she didn't have to worry about it. Everything was delegated out so that Becca and Lucy were basically standing around enjoying the performance. Do you have a boyfriend, Lucy? She asked after a moment of silence. No, Lucy said with a soft smile. She didn't know what she had at this point. Good, Becca said with a ruthless tone in her voice. Tours are hard on relationships. People on the crew tend to get together and they usually end up causing trouble for themselves, having affairs, cheating on girlfriends and boyfriends at home, and all sorts of depressing stuff happens. It's really sad. By the end of the tour, people are always broken up or divorced. Lucy kept that in mind. All she could think about right now were the dark thoughts that were going through her mind about Violet and James. She didn't know a thing about them and she didn't have a clue about what kind of relationship they had. But she wanted it to end by the time this tour was over, too. She wanted all of it to end and for James to be left with her. Sure, that was a terrible and horrible thing to think, but it was what she wanted. When the show started to really get underway, the sets and props of the whole performance started to come out. It was something marvelous to behold. The wardrobe department was in full swing and everything around her began to look more and more magical with each passing second. Her heart pounded with excitement and anticipation as she looked at all of it. Dancers and backup singers started to get ready for the performance. Everything here was overwhelmingly full of work and efficiency. Enjoying the view? Lynn asked, coming up behind her. She spun and looked at Lynn, who was definitely in her full professional attitude. She reminded Lucy of a general strolling the battlefield and inspecting the soldiers getting ready for war. This is so incredible, Lucy said with a smile on her lips. I never thought that there would be so much work involved in this. Just years of preparation and anticipation. Lynn let out a heavy sigh and shook her head. We have 2 more shows in the city and then we're off Boston. You're going to be riding in the command wagon with me. We're going to be making sure that everything is going smoothly as the concerts go on. You'll have to make sure that your bags are up to the command wagon with me before we leave New York City. Talk to Patrick and he'll make sure that all of your stuff gets packed away with us. Do you need me to do anything until I run the checklist? Lucy asked, looking at the stuff in front of her that she was supposed to go over when the concert was over. Right now, that was all that she had to do. It made her wonder what she was forgetting while she looked at all of it. Nope, Lynn told her with a grin. Enjoy the show and try to stay out of the way. If anyone needs help, feel free to jump in and give them a hand. I will, Lucy assured her. I don't doubt that you will, Lynn said with a smile on her lips before her phone started to ring, and she was pulled away to answer it. Becca was also moving on to something else, putting out fires starting all around her. Lucy just sort of stepped to the side and looked out at the stadium that was starting to fill up. Vendors were done setting up all of their stuff and making sure that the shirts, hats, and other items for sale were all stocked and ready for the coming masses of people. Lucy wondered when that was going to happen, and as she stared out at the stadium, she watched as the people began to fill up the seats, making the whole place look like it was crawling with the thousands of people that started to flood into the stadium. How could they perform in front of all of these people? She already felt nervous. Just standing to the side of the stage by the security was standing around and looking intimidating. But as the first band took the stage, she was astonished with how comfortable and how calm they were. By the time they were finished, it was like the whole world was on fire for them. She shook her head and applauded while she looked at them. They left the stage, sweaty, congratulating those who were waiting for them behind the stage, clapping hands and cheering for them just like the fans. Up next was Violet, and when she heard Violet White's name called, the whole arena was illuminated in purple and white, pop music flooding the arena, and the audience was going nuts with what was being piped into them. It was like a holy experience for the thousands of people on their feet, screaming and calling after her. It was unlike anything that she had seen or experienced before, and it was awe-inspiring. It was haunting to see how excited everyone was. It was like they would have been willing to sell their firstborn just to get a glimpse at Violet. When she took the stage, she looked like a goddess of sex and music. She stalked out on high-heeled pumps, marching like she knew exactly what she was doing, and there was nothing that could stop her. She smiled, all legs, curves, and breasts. Her eyes were wide, her face impossibly painted in makeup that made her look as flawless as an angel. She was as magnificent as any woman that Lucy had ever seen, and she immediately felt completely underprepared for James. How could he have cheated on her last night, gotten her pregnant, and turned his back on this woman? She looked like the kind of sex icon that millions of people all across the world would have killed for. And yet, he was completely fine with cheating on her. This was proof that men would never be happy, no matter whom they were with. The concert went off without a hitch, and for over an hour, Violet stalked the stage, singing songs that Lucy actually recognized from TV shows and stores that she had been to. She watched her strutting around the stage, like it was home for her, seducing the crowd and turning them all into mindless, euphoric creatures. It was hard not to stop and wonder what it was that was unattractive about her to James. Why would he risk his chances with a woman that was nothing but dark-haired, bright-eyed sex appeal, for a woman that he'd just met? That didn't make any sense to her, but she wanted to think that it was something more. She wanted to hope that there was more going on here than just a lecherous man getting it off with the new girl. She would never be able to forgive herself. All she could think about was the fact that she wasn't going to ever be able to compare to her. It was bitter and horrifying to think she was probably just a byproduct of a man's sex addiction. She couldn't believe that James could treat women this way, but there it was. That was the truth of the situation, and it burned. It hurt deep. When the show was over, she watched as Violet said farewell to her fans, all of them standing on their feet shouting as she looked at them with a smile on her dazzling face. There was something about her that was hypnotic, not only to the fans, but to Lucy, too. As she made her way down off the stage, there was a throng of people waiting for her, from her publicist to her manager. So many people eagerly awaiting her as they embraced her and carried her off to mingle with her entourage and her friends that had come along with her. Lucy watched her go and felt like there was something she should do. She should reach out and talk to her or say something to her. But she didn't know what to do. At the same time, she thought she had a kindred interest with Violet, but she also hated her and resented her. She wanted to have the one thing that Violet had right now that she didn't have. Heck, that was a lie. Violet was an international sensation and a sex icon for millions while she sat in a golden tower counting her $100 bills. Lucy couldn't compete with that, and there was a lot that she had that Lucy didn't have. But one thing, and perhaps the only thing that mattered, was that she had James. That was something she couldn't abide and couldn't tolerate. When Violet was gone, it wasn't long before the real show started, and when the Pride took the stage, it was something out of a movie. Watching how the audience swelled and cheered, roaring in excitement as James took to the front of the stage and introduced himself. As she listened to him, she heard the words and the voice of a gentle soul, a poet in its truest sense of the word, and as he sang, there was something about him that was revolutionary to her, something that she couldn't put her finger on, but that she loved, truly and deeply. His words resonated inside of her, and she didn't know what she was going to do about that. How was she going to keep her head when there was someone so magnificent and so wonderful in her life that she couldn't have? That was how devastating envy was to her. She wasn't going to be able to contain it. "There's something, aren't they?" a voice asked next to Lucy. She turned and found herself standing face to face with Violet, who was standing in a robe, wrapped up and staring out at James and the band as they began the concert of a lifetime. There was something truly remarkable about what was happening on the stage, and Lucy couldn't believe that she was standing next to James' fiancée. This was the woman that she had wounded deeply without knowing. She looked at Violet as she turned and looked at Lucy with a kind of knowledge in her eyes that scared her. She knew something. Maybe she knew a lot. "I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting each other," Violet said with a sweet smile on her plump lips, her makeup looking more caked on this close. It was kind of a disappointment to be standing this close to her and seeing that there were plenty of flaws and that it was all makeup. That was a stab in the depth of her mind's eye. "I'm Violet White," she said with a grin. "I have to say, you're absolutely lovely. I've never seen someone like you here. I know I would have remembered you for sure." I'm new, Lucy confessed, shaking her hand awkwardly, still not sure how she was supposed to react to the person she had betrayed. That was the worst feeling in the world, and she was drowning in it right now. My name's Lucy. I took Ben Calivan's job. Oh, Ben was a sweetheart, Violet said with an appreciative grin, thinking back to fond, nostalgic memories that Lucy wasn't a part of or privy to. Lucy hated how everyone had memories of him, and she was left without a single memory of the man and little to no knowledge of him. Felt like she was going to be left out of the loop forever. It sucked. What family do you come from? Violet asked her. I'm from Montana, Lucy said with a nervous, conspiratorial voice. It was strange talking out in the open about this kind of a thing. There was something unnatural about discussing their shifter lives when there were thousands of screaming humans around. I'm from a pack that isn't very big, Lucy said with a simple shrug. A pack? She grinned at Lucy. So you're a wolf? I am, Lucy nodded. I'm a lioness, Violet said with a measure of pride that you found in all of the lions in the world. They all had this sense of smug superiority that the other shifters of the world no doubt had a similar hatred of. There were far too many smug lions around. I'm engaged to James recently, of course, Violet said with a smile on her lips. My publicist says I can't wear the ring out on stage or in public yet, but it's going to be a big affair. You're going to see thousands of people freak out and lots of death threats. It's going to be insanity. Lucy didn't know why she was telling her this, but it was clear enough that she was making her presence known and marking her territory. It was the kind of thing that made Lucy want to turn around and walk away. But she couldn't just do that right now. If she walked away from Violet, it would be offensive, and it was clear to her that this whole thing was a display to show that Violet was the future beta of this pack. This was what was going to happen to everyone who entered the pack. They were going to get vetted by Violet and intimidated. She nodded and smiled at Violet. You should come by my bus sometime, Violet said with a grin. I like to make sure that I know everyone I'm traveling with. Sure, Lucy said with a smile and a nod to Violet. Violet stood by Lucy for the duration of the entire concert. It was incredibly uncomfortable, and the entire time, she expected that Violet was going to turn to her and demand to know why she'd slept with her man. But, as the concert continued, she realized that Violet was on her phone most of the time. When the concert ended and the encore was over, the whole stadium erupted in appreciation, applauding, screaming, and cheering in euphoria from the concert they'd all been caught up in. She smiled and clapped with them, finding that she'd actually enjoyed his music a lot more than she'd anticipated. The Pride were somewhere between rock and roll and a strange kind of folk music. She hadn't heard anything like it before, and it was thrilling to listen it for the first time. It was a great way to be introduced to all of it. The fans definitely seemed to love it, and she figured that was all that counted in the end. As the band climbed down the steps and the lights of the venue shifted to tell people that it was time to go, Lucy figured that they were out of it. They had made it through the thick of it for the first concert. She was proud to have made it through the first concert, and she was going to remember this as the first time she'd made it through a concert as an actual crew member. It was an entirely different experience, and before the stadium was even a quarter of the way empty, Becca's crew already started tearing things down and clearing off the stage. At the back of the stadium, the trucks were backed in, and she stared as she figured that soon she would need to do her inspection and take note of what was and wasn't there. While the crew was beginning to celebrate, those whose jobs were done already, that is, she noticed that the band was lingering around chatting with the entourage that had come with them. Her eyes weren't focused on the band, but rather, she was interested in watching Violet as she walked up to the man she had been given to by the political gods of the world and threw her arms around James. When they kissed, it was like an arrow to the heart, and she knew this wasn't something she was going to be able to sit by and take without having an issue with it. It was too painful to watch him as he kissed her. Their lips locked together, and she watched as he slid his arms around her lower back, pulling her close to him as they closed their eyes, and people around them whistled and catcalled. They were well beyond the view of the audience, but that didn't make Lucy feel like it was any less appropriate than if they'd kissed on stage. Her rage was boiling inside her, and she gripped her tablet until her knuckles were white. She turned away from the sight and found herself face to face with Becca, who was coming to get her. There was something in Becca's eyes that told Lucy she knew something was up. She looked at Lucy and tilted her head slightly. "Is everything okay?" Becca asked her cautiously, probing the uncharted territory that she was making her way into. Lucy tried her hardest to get a hold of her emotions and stop showing her weakness to Becca. "I'm fine," Lucy promised her as she took a deep breath and tried her hardest not to look like a little child that was upset. Becca took a cautious step toward her new coworker and looked her over. "What can I do for you?" Lucy asked, eager to change the subject. "I was just going to let you know that there's an after party that's about to go on," Becca said with a smile. "The crew and the band get together and they celebrate. It pretty much happens every venue we play. But tonight's going to be a big one. Once you're done here, come and meet up with us and give Lynn the report there." "Thanks," Lucy said, smiling. She'd rather go throw up, but she wasn't about to share that little tidbit of information. She nervously waited as Becca gave her one last strange look before walking away, heading over to where she was going to be of more use to her people. Lucy watched her go and wondered just how much she had blown it. Had she given everything away? Did Becca know that she was madly jealous of what Violet had, and that she wanted James more than she wanted anything else in the world? She trembled to think that she was so stupid. One by one, the various groups started to pack up and call it a night. First, wardrobe and makeup ended their jobs. Then those in charge of loading the musical instruments. Striking the sets wasn't that long either, and Lucy found herself swept up into all of it. She was checking to make sure that truck after truck was loaded and sent on its way when they were done loading up all of the materials. Eventually, it was just her and the last group loading up the materials of the actual stage. They gave her a nod and told her that she should stop by the after-party, but she knew that the smart thing to do would be to refrain from going to anything other than the after-party that Lynn was at. When she found Lynn at the suite in the hotel where they were staying, completely hammered and overly excited to be partying with the rock stars that she had helped launch on the first successful night of the tour that was going to make all of them millionaires, she felt like she'd seen it all. She'd been in the heart of a party where she didn't belong, and she ended up giving Lynn the list that she was waiting for. Lynn looked at her and gave her a stern warning that everything they needed was on this list, and that it was of the utmost importance that her job go smoothly and successfully for the whole tour to work. After Lucy assured her that everything was on board or was locked away safely, Lynn handed her a drink and told her that it was time to celebrate. There was something jumbled up in her voice about them setting sail for something great on the horizon or distant shores. She wasn't sure what any of it meant, but she smiled and took the drink from Lynn and gratefully downed a gulp or two before her eyes started to scan the room. "Hey," James said to her, eventually ending up next to her in a dizzying speed and suddenness that caught her off guard. She looked at his handsome features and wondered what she was doing even standing next to him. If she had half a brain, she would bolt from this position, and she would not stop until she was back in her hotel room with the door locked. "Hey," she said despite herself, a breathy exhale escaping from her lips. God, he was beautiful. No, she wasn't going to get caught off guard or distracted by a very handsome man. He had taken advantage of her, and now he was casually leaning against the bar, looking at her like he actually cared about her. What a load of crap. She wasn't going to look into those smoky blue eyes and see anything other than the lies that he had stuffed away in there for her. No way, she wasn't some stupid bimbo. She wanted to give him the right hook that he deserved. "Shouldn't you be hanging out with your fiancé?" she asked him, cutting straight through to the heart. She watched as he smiled at the outing of his secret, and he offered her nothing more than a little shrug and a smirk on his lips. "Why would you even bother sleeping with me last night when you could go home to Violet White?" she asked him with a frown on her face, replacing the soft smile that she'd had previously. "Because I didn't choose her," he said with a shrug. He turned and looked at her, seeing the steely expression on Lucy's face. That clearly bothered him, and he stood up straight, pouring himself another drink from the very open bar. "Don't act like you don't know what it's like to have an arranged marriage. You're lucky enough that you can go out and wander around, looking for a guy that suits you. Me, I was matched to her because she's also a shifter and because she sold 20 million copies of her last album. There's no more love between us than there is between cats and dogs. But if we don't look like we're happily engaged and in love, then we risk offending one of our families, and that's not what we want." "She seems to really like you," Lucy said with a disappointed voice. even though she tried her hardest to keep it from popping up. He looked at her with a smile in his eyes but faded on his lips. She can't get enough of you. You're jealous, he chuckled. After a one-night stand, you're jealous. That's all I am to you? She asked him with a lifted eyebrow. Just another one-night stand. I don't sleep around, he said bluntly. In fact, you're the first person I've had sex with in what feels like a lifetime. And I have to say, I could really get used to it. Are you really trying to flirt with me? She asked him with a disappointed tone in her voice. You literally just cheated on your fiancé with me last night. You think that I'm going to fall for that? I don't know, he shrugged with a smile. But I really do like you, Lucy. I like you a lot. I don't want you to think that I'm some kind of deviant or that I'm not worth your time. You have a quality that I've never seen before, and I really would like to get the chance to know you better. I don't think that's going to happen. Lucy poured another glass of champagne and walked away from him, heading toward the balcony that looked out over the cool, spring night of New York City. The world was so alive beyond the window, even if it was late in the night. She didn't know how a place could be so alive for so long. As she stood there alone, she knew that it wouldn't stay that way for long, and sure enough, like a shadow, James joined her. Do you like me? He asked her after a moment of silence. I don't like cheaters, was all Lucy had to say to him. She turned and looked at him, wishing he'd been a different sort of man. She really could have liked him. She really could have liked him a lot. I don't see it as cheating, he said with a shrug. I see it as a chance to live the life that I want to live. I see it as an opportunity to spend the time with a woman that I chose for myself. I don't like to think of myself as a cheater any more than I like to think of myself as a caged man. But some would say that I'm both. You are, she said sternly. If Violet or your parents found out about what you've done, then you'd be in serious trouble. They would throw me out and skin me alive if they knew that I was the one that you'd had an affair with last night. I wouldn't let them touch a hair on your head. He smiled and shook his head. Besides, you're a little too confident in the power of the pride if you think that they can do that. At best, they'd fire you and they'd give me a tongue lashing. There'd be a huge scandal and I'd end up single again and free to chase after you. You'd forget about me the moment that I was gone, she said, shaking her head and taking another drink. I could never forget about you, he assured her. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze that tried its hardest to cut through all the cuteness and all the bullshit he was throwing up at her. She didn't want to believe him and she didn't want to fall for lines like that, but she knew she would never forget him. He was a fantastic lover and he was an amazing kisser. Not only that, he was truly intriguing. She wanted to know more about him and she wanted to have the courage to ask him. She wanted to have the chance to get to know the man behind the legend, and she wanted to take advantage of every last second that she had. She took a deep breath and shook her head. You don't know the first thing about me, she said bluntly. I know your name, he said with a smile. I know that you have a little mole next to your dash. Say another word and I'll throw you over the balcony, and I'll tell everyone that you were drunk, she vowed angrily. I swear it. Fine. He laughed and held up his hands in surrender. Then tell me about yourself. Let me know more about the woman that I'm obsessed with. See, that's the half of it there, Lucy said firmly. You're obsessed with me. You don't actually like me. You just like the idea of me and you want to have the idea of me around, that's all. That's not true at all, James said boldly. It is too, she assured him. You can't have me and now you want me just for the thrill of the hunt. I know how men like you act. I didn't know I couldn't have you until a few seconds ago, he said with a furrowed brow. Come on then. Tell me something about Lucy. Where are you from? Montana, she answered bluntly. That's a very big home that you have. He grinned at her mischievously. Clinesdale, Montana, she clarified for him. It's a small community of shifters that keep to themselves. We're all wolves, though we once had a few bear shifters with us. Bear shifters are fun, James said with a grin. We have quite a few here. Good for you, Lucy said, not willing to explore that conversation with him. Well, give me some more, he pressed, wanting to know as much as he could about her, but she was done. She wasn't giving him anything beyond that. Nope, she said. looking at him firmly. "It's your turn." "Oh, well." He made a frown and shrugged, leaning on the railing of the balcony as the soft breeze nipped at his hair, kicking it up slightly, and she hated how handsome he looked in that moment. She looked at the features on his face, how wonderfully they all blended together and how handsome he truly looked. She hated that she couldn't have him. "I first started playing the guitar when I was 7, he said after a moment. "I can play the mandolin, the banjo, and the piano, but I've never been able to master the harmonica. It's my Achilles heel and my white whale all rolled into one stupid instrument. My mother and my father first got me into playing music, but I think that my uncle was the one who really taught me to love it. I went to college for it and I formed the band out of a necessity to make money. Thankfully, the shifter community has ins everywhere and we got a gig at the right spot at the right time and we went large." "Lucky break," Lucy said to him, knowing that it was never like that for any other shifters. There were large groups of shifters who ran similar to organized crime syndicates, and then there were rich groups like the Pride who knew all the right people and all the right things to do in order to get things done. There were 1,000 ways for shifters to get ahead if they had the right pedigree or if they had the right people working with them to make things happen. No, people like Lucy understood that most shifters had to tough it through life like a normal person. It sucked and it was depressing, but that was the way of it. He could act grateful and pretend like most of this was an act of God. But she knew better. "You hate me, don't you?" he asked her after a moment of silence. "No," she admitted. "I just wish that Violet wasn't in the picture. I wish that you hadn't been a cheater." The usual self-pitying sort of thoughts that girls get caught up in when they find out that the guy they're into is a useless liar. "I'm not a useless liar," he said after shaking his head and laughing. "Violet and I have been engaged for maybe 3 weeks at the most. I've been struggling with it, and last night, I had a moment where I saw a woman that I really wished I had a chance with, and I took it the best that I could. I wanted a chance to have a relationship on my terms and with someone I genuinely found beautiful and not in the disappointing, depressing kind of way that she is. People tell me all the time how beautiful Violet is, and I don't see it. I see a fake girl that was pruned and prepped to look the way she does, and I'm not interested in it. I don't want it. I want someone who is naturally beautiful and who has a gentle soul, someone who will let me sit with them when I'm depressed and lonely and will give me the night of my life. I want you, Lucy, but I can see how it looks. Don't be like that," she said, shaking her head. "Like what? Don't act like this is the world against us," she said with a stern voice. She knew what she knew, and she knew this man had done something that he shouldn't have done and something she should have put a stop to. But she didn't. She wanted to live in a world where they could be star-struck lovers. But here in the real world, people were going to get sick of them real quick. She hated that and she was fearful of it. Taking a deep breath, she looked him in the eyes and knew that there was something powerful between them. A pregnant moment where there could be so much more in the world. There could be everything that they ever wanted, but she had to be brave enough to reach out there and take it. "It is," he said softly, his fingertips brushing her cheek. She hated that moment, closing her eyes and feeling vulnerable to his touch, feeling that sense of longing inside of her. She opened her eyes and she knew she had to have him. She had to fight whatever was happening with him and Violet. She knew she was pregnant with his child, but she had time to still fight for him. She knew she had time where she could see if this was the man that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with or not. She could figure it all out. She leaned in and kissed him, knowing that there was going to be a moment where she knew she was going to regret this and she was going to hate herself, but she didn't care. This was what she wanted, and the moment that their lips touched each other, she knew there was magic. There was power in them. She kissed him again and again. She closed her eyes and could feel his breath on her face. This was so wrong, but she wanted it more than ever. She had taken the plunge. She had dived into the waters of their future. She had given chase to everything that she knew was wrong. There was no going back now, and she didn't care. There was never going to need to be a regret in her life. She was going to find out everything that she could from him, and she was going to find out whether she wanted to tell him that they had a child together or not. When she pulled back from him, she knew she had a weakness for him, and it was going to be easy for him to exploit it. She was going to have to be on her guard, and she was going to have to be reserved. She needed to know that they were going to be okay, and she needed to know that she could contain herself before she gave in to her lustful desires. But, more importantly, she suddenly realized that they were still at a party where hundreds of people could see them. "My room later," she whispered to him, her voice quiver. "I'll be there." He whispered back to her with a smile. "Okay, I'll be expecting you there," Lucy said with a strange smile on her lips. She didn't know why she was so excited for this. But this was going to be the moment her life was defined by. As she walked away from him, she could feel his eyes lingering on her. It was a good feeling. It was no longer terrifying, but he was watching her. She smiled to herself as she passed through the crowd. This was not the Lucy she recognized. This is not the Lucy that left Montana. This is the new girl that she was excited to meet and explore with. It was a long walk back to her hotel room. It was lonely, but she was glad for this moment by herself. It gave her a chance to think. It gave her a moment of peace so that she could think about all the questions she had for him, all the thoughts in her mind that she wanted to voice. There was a distinct truth to the fact that questions had to have answers. As she made her way down the labyrinth of hallways and corridors, she eventually ended up in front of her room. Alone, she slipped the keycard into place and listened for the beep. When it called out to her, she opened the door and walked in. This room was not home. None of this felt real. Was she ever going to get used to that? Was she ever going to be comfortable with living in hotel rooms? She doubted it. She strongly doubted it. She had barely just gotten used to being back in Montana before all of this. She took off her clothes, tossing them into her luggage and throwing on her tank top and her pajama pants. She didn't think he was going to stop by. Sure, he was saying all the right things and maybe he did like her, but she would believe him when he showed his face. Lying on the bed, she turned on the TV and stared at it, not really watching it and not really caring what was on it. All she was doing was letting the sands run through the hourglass so that she could confirm that her cynical and bitter beliefs were something she could take refuge in. As she looked at the channels, flipping through them, she waited for him to disappoint her once and for all. That is, until she heard the knock. She looked up from the television and stared at the door, like it was a ghost coming to get her. She didn't know what to do. This was honestly the last thing she expected to happen. Her mind had turned so negative and so sour that she immediately figured that it was Violet coming to kill her for having flirted with and kissed her man. That seemed like the most plausible thing rather than actually have a talented, successful, handsome man knocking at her door. Standing up, she slowly walked toward the door, leaving the television on and staring at it like it was a mystical portal to another time and space. How was this possible? How was this happening? She didn't understand any of it. But as she walked toward the door, she really hoped that it was actually happening. "Lucy, are you asleep?" James hissed through the door. She felt the smile spreading across her lips, regardless of what she wanted. She reached for the door and twisted the handle, opening it and looking at him with the broadest smile on her face. "Didn't think you'd come," she said with a shrug. "Thought you were a chicken." "I am," he assured her, but she didn't believe it for a second. A chicken wouldn't have kissed her, and a chicken definitely wouldn't have shown up here as brazen as a dog. "I like your look. I'm not looking to impress anyone," she said indifferently, wishing that she'd left her clothes on from earlier. Why was she so negative, and why was she so doubtful that he'd ever be interested in her? Would it have killed her to dress nicely? Would it have killed her to actually put forth any kind of an effort? She stared at him as he walked into her little corner of the hotel and looked around. "Want something to drink?" "Yeah," he answered with a grin on his handsome face. "You'll have to call room service," she said, challenging him to do so and returning to the bed. Instead, he flopped down on the bed next to her and stared at the television where she was watching an infomercial to some kind of skin product that was going to revolutionize the way she aged. She had no clue what it was, but as she looked at him, she knew she didn't care. His eyes turned from the television to look into hers. He had the most beautiful eyes in the world, and she hated how she was a sucker for them. She was such a sucker for everything about him. She couldn't contain it. "You're staring at me," he said after a moment, looking into her eyes and pondering her, thinking her over for a moment. "Yeah," she nodded. "I like it when you stare at me," he said with a soft grin on his lips. Not cocky, but rather grateful, like he was blissful about something. She leaned in and kissed him softly on those grateful lips, and she pulled away, grabbing a bag of nuts she'd taken from the minibar. She didn't know who was going to pay for it, but she knew that she had an allowance. She was middle management, which meant that she got special privileges. She could feel his eyes still on her, burning a hole into her skull as he lay there watching her. "What if you got me pregnant?" she asked him after a moment, popping one of the nuts into her mouth and chewing it slowly. "You know how to set the mood," he chuckled softly. "What if last night you got me pregnant?" she said, throwing the question out nonchalantly as she looked at the television screen, watching a woman overly dramatically checking her face for age marks and wrinkles. She knew she wanted the question answered, but she wasn't going to make things heavy. She wasn't going to drown him in her psychotic ramblings. She just wanted to know what it was he would do. "What would you do?" "Well," he took a deep breath and blew it out through his closed lips, making a funny sound that she didn't smile at or give a hint of amusement towards. She didn't want to show him how easily she could be entertained by him. She wanted to be as stoic as one of the great philosophers of old. "It would probably be the happiest day of my life." "Be serious," she said, frustrated that he'd turned it around and made it into a joke. "I am being serious," he said with a serious tone. She looked at him and she could see it in his eyes. Yeah, he was being honest. He was being utterly serious, and maybe that was what was terrifying to her. "It would be the best day of my life. I'd take it upon myself to be the noblest of all men who impregnates his lady friend, and I'd demand that I help raise it. I'd propose to you and I'd never let you go. I'd waltz right up to my parents and I'd tell them that I was done with my engagement to Violet, and I'd walk away with my head held high. I'd let Violet keep the ring and I'd let the press eat me alive. Because in the end, I'd be going home with the prettiest and most fascinating girl that I'd ever met. I can't think of a better way to spend your life than that." She stared at him, his smoky eyes twinkling in the light of the lamp and the television as he stared at her, his voice digging deep inside of her mind. She fought her urge to cry, and she didn't want him to see this moment of weakness in her eyes. She didn't want him to see that she was terrified and that she didn't know what to do. She didn't want him to have a hint that she was afraid of what came next. So she kissed him, and she kissed him tightly, with her lips pressed against his and her hands wrapped around his face. "I want to be with you," he said with a heavy heart, projecting the words, casting them out into the room, and she felt them with a kind of sorrow she hadn't been expecting. She hadn't anticipated him being like this, feeling like this. She listened to the words, and all she could do was feel a brokenness and sorrow that this man was taken. It was contagious, but honestly, she couldn't believe that she had done this. He was taken. He was promised to another, and she was sleeping with him. That was wrong. She wasn't going to be a mistress, and she wasn't going to be a secret. Until she knew he wanted more from her, or that he wanted more out of their time together, she wasn't going to tell him. She decided she was going to keep their child a secret from him for a while longer, until she knew that she could trust him. She didn't doubt for a second that he would do the right thing by her, and that he would leave Violet and this way of life to keep her if that was demanded of him. But she didn't want that. She didn't want to ruin his life just yet. She needed to know more about him, and she knew it was the smarter thing to do. "You still don't trust me," he said perceptively. It was chilling to hear him say the words. It was like he was reading her mind. "I'll prove it to you," he promised her, and she squeezed his forearm. She hoped he would. She hoped there was going to be more to them than this. She wanted so much more. She wanted everything for them. "We shouldn't do this again," she said to him softly. "I know," he answered. He rolled over and kissed her on the cheek. "But I think I'm addicted." Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.
Chapter 5. Her life got to a point where it was a routine and she could handle all of it. It was a strange feeling, but with every concert and every venue they played and every time she marked something off of her list, she felt a sense of accomplishment that made her happy. It made everyone happy to tick another location off of the list on the back of the t-shirts that they sold. Through the whole month of May, they would stop in a city, camp out and play a couple venues for a few nights, and then pack up to travel to another city. It was the kind of strange life that Lucy couldn't imagine herself ever getting into. But here she was, and soon enough, she was part of the crew. People loved her and they called her Little Lucy. Everyone gave her the respect that her position deserved, and no one ever gave her grief. She suspected that Becca had a little to do with this. But she made sure that she never made anyone angry and that she was kind to everyone who was missing something in their containers or one of their charges went missing. She was there to take care of them and help them find it. People liked her for her cheery mentality and the goodness in her heart that she projected onto her tasks. Lynn began to trust her more, and she was given more and more responsibility, along with more jobs she wasn't used to getting. But she liked that she was getting to a higher point of prominence in the group. She liked having a purpose, like this was the family she never knew she needed. After the first night, there were no more of the crazy parties like the one that they had celebrated after the first night. Things became a little more low-key, even though there were still celebrations. The crew usually hung out together with whatever group they were a part of, scouting out a bar or a club for them to hit and raid like locusts on a farm. She usually joined Justin, Becca, and the head of the wardrobe department, Claire, as they visited a local bar and hang out together for a few hours, talking about problems or just talking shop. Sometimes other people would meet up with them, like Duke, who was in charge of the sound department, or one of the band members. One time, James had hung out with them, and the entire time, she could feel his foot against her leg, gently brushing her and reminding her that he was there. She had liked that night most of all. As they made their way down the East Coast, Lucy became part of the gang. Everything was adventurous and exciting to her. Every day, there was a different problem and she came up with a different solution for it. There was really nothing that scared her anymore. After they finished up in Philadelphia, she headed back to the hotel with Becca and Justin, listening as Duke told them about some chick that he was going to meet up with later. Lucy said goodbye to him and headed to the front desk where they all asked if there were any messages. Just like every night, there was one message waiting for Lucy, and it was in a single envelope that she immediately recognized. She smiled and took it from the lady waiting at the desk for them. "Who keeps leaving you those?" Becca asked her with a smile on her sweet face. "My mom and dad," Lucy answered. She took the message and waited to open it until she got back to her room. It was a blatant lie, but Becca would never be able to tell the difference, and she would never know it was a lie. She didn't dare tell her that every night, James somehow got a message to her, telling her one fact about himself or something he'd thought about that day. She loved his little messages, and they made her smile. She would stuff them in her luggage, binding them together with a rubber band and hiding them away so no one could ever find them. She didn't want to incriminate him if someone ever found them. That was the last thing she wanted to do. They made their way up the stairs since they'd resolved never to take the elevator after suffering the never-ending elevator rides at their headquarters. They reached their floor and were passing the elevator just as the doors were closing, and Lucy got a look at the people who were inside the elevator. At first, she didn't think she recognized the woman standing there with her baggy clothes and her enormous sunglasses, but it hit her like a cannonball the moment the elevator doors were shut. "That was Violet," Lucy cried, staring at the doors in a baffled confusion. "Yeah, she's from Philadelphia," Justin said after a moment, reaching the top of the stairs and looking at the closed doors with Lucy. "Her brothers just showed up and they're coming with us. Big bastards. I didn't think they made men that large, but there they are. Why are they coming along?" Lucy found that oddly suspicious. "Extra protection," Justin said with a disgusted tone in his voice. "I don't know what it is Violet thinks her brothers are going to do if someone tries to get to her, but she's in a hotel full of shifters. You'd think that would be protection enough for the little princess, but I guess not." She's only one of the most popular and powerful divas in the world, Becca said. Oddly enough, she was siding with the woman that Lucy had pretty much vowed to be the mortal enemy of. She realized there would never be a day when the two of them got together and had a fun, laughing time. In fact, there was a day on the horizon where they were going to get together and all there was going to be were tears. There would be no happiness, no joy, and no friendly remarks. That was the truth of the matter, and Lucy was just fine with that. By the cruel hands of fate, Violet was given the rights to the man that Lucy knew she was destined to be with. There was something wrong with that, but she wasn't going to be forgiving about it. So we're supposed to pay for her brothers to get a free tour of the country? Justin asked, not getting on board with it. I don't understand why we're the ones paying for it. I don't think you're paying a cent toward it, Becca said as they walked down the hall and headed for their rooms. Lucy learned that the majority of the crew was forced to double up with people they knew, but not the middle management. They were given special privileges. Lucy was grateful for that. She wouldn't be complaining about anything anytime soon. This is me, Lucy said as she stopped outside her door and slipped her keycard into the lock and listened for the latch to unlock. She turned and gave them a soft wave goodbye. Good night, guys, she said softly. Night, Lucy, Becca said cheerfully, always dazzlingly kind and considerate. Justin never said anything, like he was chronically terrified of saying goodnight to someone. As Lucy stepped into her room, she wished that James was in there, waiting for her, but there was nothing but the darkness. She stepped into the darkness and flicked on the light, illuminating the room. It was the familiar layout she was slowly starting to get into the habit of understanding. There wasn't much of a difference between hotel rooms, and she was kind of grateful for that. There was something that became home-like to the place. She stared at the furniture, and all she cared about right now was dropping down on her bed and reading the note James left her. So she did, flopping down hard and tearing open the top of the envelope in one slick, solid movement. Good evening, beautiful, the letter said. Today, I was going to try my hardest to sneak away and see you, but there was something that took up my time. She understood that there was probably something that definitely took his mind off of her tonight, and it probably came in the form of two hulking men that were flanking his betrothed. She didn't hold that against him, and she wasn't ever going to. She knew they were playing a dangerous game, and she was going to make sure that they stuck together for as long as possible before they got caught, if they ever did. She didn't want to get caught. She wanted to keep this a secret. I want you to know that there was something on my mind today that I couldn't get rid of. I couldn't get it out of my mind, and then I realized it was you. She smiled at that, running her fingers over the handwritten note he'd given her. She'd thought about him a lot today as well. It was hard not to think about him. He was the kind of thought that she definitely couldn't get rid of. She liked having him in her mind, though. He was the friendly kind of thought she could get used to and truly enjoy. She would smile as she thought about him, and there was no way she'd ever get him out of her mind. It was like he was a prisoner and a guest just as much as he was an obnoxious irritant. All she wanted was to know that he was thinking about her just the same. I think I'm in love with you, he wrote to her. I want you to know that I am falling for you, Lucy. I'm in a troublesome position. I think that you're the kind of person I'll never get over. Then there's only one thing I can see on the horizon, and that's the fact that I have to get you all to myself, no matter what. She smiled and touched the letter where he'd signed it. She liked him a lot more than she could ever admit to. She didn't want to tell him, and she didn't want to tell herself. In fact, she didn't want to feel this good about an affair she was having with a man who was promised to another. There was no dignity in that, and there should have been no pride in it either, but she had both. She shook her head and lay her head back on the pillow, certain that when they did get caught, because it was inevitable, there wouldn't be a single person that was going to feel sorry for her. There wasn't going to be a single person that was going to think that she had a side to the story to tell. Nope, they would all look at her like she was a harlot, and she supposed that this was a just mentality. This was the thought they should have for her, because in the end, she was having an affair and it was going to devastate Violet when she finally found out. She sighed, her heart heavy with grief. But she knew that this was her chance at happiness and she would be a fool not to take it. In the morning, she heard the sound of her alarm going off and knew there was nothing more foolish than ignoring the alarm. The alarm was life and death in this business, and if you missed the alarm that was going to get you to the buses on time or to breakfast downstairs, then you were a fool and there was no real hope for you. She got up and quickly showered, getting dressed, and making sure that there was nothing left in her room in an hour and a half's time. All of this was getting down to a routine and a system she could handle and take care of in a record time. She didn't think she ever got ready this fast before. She definitely knew there was nothing that could keep her down now. What was her excuse going to be when she got back home and gave up this pace? She figured there was probably going to be a day when she took her time, but she hated to think of that day. All she wanted to do was take one day and really let herself take her time. It was going to be something special when she had that moment to herself. Making her way downstairs, she took her bags out to the bus and made sure she got everything onto the bus and set aside for her when they boarded and took off. She wanted to head back inside and get something to eat before they took off. They always stayed in incredible hotels, the kind of hotels that Lucy would otherwise never have been able to stay in. She loved the continental breakfasts or whatever meal they had available. It was the kind of exciting display of food that she got all warm and toasty for in the morning. It was something special to have breakfast waiting for them. Inside, she found herself one of the first people who was up and ready to go. A lot of people slept in until the last moment, or they would use the gym in the hotel before they went. Lucy hadn't used a gym in the first month that they had been touring and she was already missing it. But she was taking care of herself. Becca had warned her about eating things that she would regret later on down the road, and she'd been certain to take care of her body up to this point. Inside the breakfast lounge, there were a few people nestled in the corner of the room, talking quietly, and another group of people scattered about way in the back, reading the newspaper or spooning their cereal into their mouths quietly as they were waiting for the day to begin. She didn't want to bother them in any way. She wanted to respect them and make sure that no one was bothered by her appearance. On days when they were traveling, she always looked extremely disheveled and comfortable, never waiting to get dressed or look better than she had to. There wasn't any point to it. "Lucy," a voice said from behind her. She spun around and saw herself looking face to face with Violet, staring at her with a kind of look in her eyes that told Lucy there was nothing random or happenstance about this meeting. She was here for a reason that was beyond what her quiet presence implied. "What a lucky coincidence meeting you down here," she said with a smile on her pretty face, her lovely appearance nothing more than a lie being carried around as a mask for her. "Good morning, Violet," she said with an uneasy feeling in the pit of her stomach. There was something inside of her that told her she should tread carefully. As she looked at Violet, her mind tried to get through the myriad of scenarios roiling around in her head, tipping over everything again and again. She looked at Woman, not sure what this was about. "How was your night?" Lucy asked her, trying her hardest not to sound like she was hiding anything or surprised by this little chance meeting. In fact, she wanted to sound perfectly happy to see Violet. It was short. Violet yawned as she poured herself a bowl of cereal that was fruity and sugary, designed for children. She looked at Lucy with eyes that were sparkling and holding a secret in them. Lucy didn't like that look. She didn't trust it. "You look so beautiful, Lucy," Violet said after a moment. "I'm so jealous of how effortless you make it look." This was a trap. She was probing. Lucy knew it. She knew there was nothing she could do right now to get out of this situation but to ride along with it. She needed to play along and make her happy, make her feel comfortable until the time was ready and she could slip out of here. The moment anyone else came down to the breakfast hall, she knew that Violet would get pulled away. "Thank you," Lucy said awkwardly. "I look like a mess though. I'm not as fortunate as to have your good looks." "That's a lie," Violet laughed suddenly. She turned and looked at Lucy with a chilling stare. "You have the kind of looks that anyone would find attractive. You're the kind of woman that other women have to be nervous around, that they have to keep their eyes open for. You know how men are. They're like moths, traveling toward the most attractive object near them." There it was, that was all that Lucy needed to hear. "Oh, Lynn is down here," Violet said, pouring milk into her bowl and giving Lucy a chilling smile. "It's always nice talking to you, Lucy. If you see James, tell him I'm looking for him." "I don't know where James is," Lucy said nervously. "I only see him when he's on stage." Well, Lucy's lie didn't work. Violet's voice told her that as clear as day. If you run into him, you know where to send him. The moment Violet left Lucy alone, she put her food down on the counter and rushed out of the room, feeling knots twisting inside of her stomach, making her want to scream and break down and cry. If Violet knew she was having an affair with her fiancé, then that meant they were going to have to come up with a plan to contain this. They were going to need to know what to do when the hammer fell and it all came crashing down. She felt like she was at DEFCON 4, there was a critical meltdown happening right now and there was no one around her to talk to. She tried to figure out what she should do next. Should she go to see James? She had to warn him. They didn't have each other's phone numbers because she had specifically told him it was a bad idea for them to be carrying around each other's numbers, and now it seemed more insane than ever. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, panicking like there was no hope. She had to tell James and she had to warn him that he had to stop acting on his interests in her. Maybe that was what he meant last night when he said this was all coming to an end, that this was all too much for him. She didn't like that idea, but maybe it was all coming to a head. Maybe this was their grand finale. She didn't know, but as she reached the elevator and waited for it, she tapped her fingers on the side of her leg. Her appetite was gone and only fear remained. She couldn't panic about this alone. She needed to talk to him. The elevator doors opened and she stepped inside, letting the doors close behind her as she felt the box carrying her up toward the man that she loved. She was instantly reminded of the band's headquarters and how it stopped on every floor and seemed to pick up someone who was heading up to a higher level. She wanted to scream at the claustrophobia that was coming on to her because of the shallow breathing and the pounding of her heart. This was all too much. It was all way too much for her to handle. She needed to get free of all of this. When the doors finally opened and she was released onto the floor that James and the other musicians were staying on, she cautiously stepped out among the suites. There were security personnel all over the place, but they quickly recognized her and didn't bother making anything of her presence. There was no need for them to take note of her. She was nobody. There wasn't a single thing interesting about her. She hoped that her face would wash away from their memory as quickly as it had appeared. Rounding the corner, she saw James' room, and before she could even step out to try and talk to him, she was cut off by two other figures that were making a quick push toward James, leaving her in the dust. It was her fear of these two figures that ultimately kept her hugging the corner and watching. She knew those figures and they were intimidating enough for her not to move, to lurk motionlessly like she was some sort of crazed stalker as she watched them moving toward James. What were Violet's brothers doing up here and what business did they have with James? "Sup man," one of the brothers called out to James. "Hey Luke," James said with a grin that quickly faded when he saw the expressions on their faces. "Nick, what's up guys? Is there something wrong?" "Nah man," Nick said with a shrug. "We're just stopping by to make sure that everything is going fine with you and our sister." We know that the two of you haven't, sealed the deal or anything yet. I don't think this is something we should be talking about in the open here." James laughed awkwardly and shook his head. Lucy felt something conflicting inside of her stomach, something that felt a lot like pride and joy, but she knew it was stupid to be excited about the fact that the man she was having an affair with technically hadn't even officiated anything with his betrothed match. That was a great feeling, because there was something romantic about it. She took a deep breath and stepped back from the corner, not willing to let them see her, but she leaned back close against the wall, praying that she could still hear them. "We're just worried, that's all," Luke said after a moment, his voice much deeper and raspy than Nick's had been. It was clear that Luke was the one who was smoking all of the cigarettes in their family. She wondered what it was like for these two clowns. The only thing they ever had to do was protect their sister and make sure her intentions were known to those around her. She was the one bringing home the bacon, and their job was to make sure no one got in the way. It was probably the lamest purpose for two shifters that Lucy had ever heard of. "Well, you two don't have to worry about a thing," James assured them, his footsteps passing them and coming toward the bend in the hallway. Lucy's heart started pounding faster and she bolted, making her way down the hallway at a frantic speed and praying that she didn't get caught. "I'm a big boy and I can handle my own affairs." "Good," Nick called after him. "I know you're aware of how important this engagement is for the pride and our family, as well. We wouldn't want anything to come between it." Lucy pounded the button on the elevator and tapped her foot, looking down the hallway and seeing that James had rounded the corner and could see her. She turned, looking at him with terror in her eyes. She stabbed her finger in the direction of where the brothers were around the corner and shook her head no, her eyes wide with fear. James looked at her and for a second, it felt like he wasn't going to connect the dots and understand what was happening, but he quickly spun on his heels and faced them, keeping them from seeing Lucy. He understood completely. If they saw Lucy standing there at the edge of the hallway, waiting for the elevator with a terrified expression on her face, they weren't going to be like the other security guards and let it go. They were going to make note of it and find it interesting enough to investigate, and at that moment, they would be caught. Just seeing Lucy was going to be game over for them. Right now, as far as Lucy knew, Violet only had a sneaking suspicion, and it was a fairly blind one at that. After all, the facts were obvious to her. James and Lucy were being extremely careful about the clues they were leaving about their explicit dealings with each other, and they were certain to make sure they weren't getting together. Heck, they'd only slept together twice. The only communication that they'd had was one-sided, with James sending Lucy letters through the lobby attendants. There was nothing here that was damning, but that didn't mean Violet was wrong. Her suspicions were clearly aroused by the fact that her and James hadn't slept together, and she was probably taking stabs in the dark to see what she could find out. She was probably intimidating anyone beautiful in the crew. When the elevator doors opened, Lucy rushed through, not able to hear whatever James was assuring the brothers of. The one good thing was that when Lucy pressed the close doors button, they actually closed and the slow descent down to the lobby began, stopping at every floor to collect and gather more wayward souls that were trying their hardest to escape from the hotel and move on to their next destination. She tried not to think about how close she'd come to confirming some of Violet's suspicions. It was better just to move on and get to the bus. At least there, she would get the chance to look at James and the band that sat in the front on leisurely chairs. She always enjoyed getting a chance to look at him as she helped out Lynn. Walking to the bus, she looked at Lynn and Becca, who were talking with Justin about their next destination, before they turned and looked at her. There was something in Becca's eyes that was cautionary, warning her of what was going to happen. It was too late, she couldn't figure it out by the time Lynn turned around and faced Lucy. "Hey Lucy, we've got some seating assignments updated," Lynn said with a sort of strange, crooked smile. "Now that Violet's brothers are going to be traveling with us, we've got to free up 2 more seats in the front bus, so I'm bumping you and Tyler back to the crew wagon. Don't worry, it's just as comfortable back there." Lucy couldn't believe it. there was no ending to this woman's power and her reach. She had talked to Lynn in the dining area and she had literally convinced her to move Lucy out. This was baffling and she didn't understand it in the least. Why didn't she move out Becca? Becca clearly had the hots for James as well, but there was clearly something making Violet focus in on Lucy. She wondered if there was something that happened since Lucy started working for the company that specifically alerted Violet to the fact that James was wandering. Okay, Lucy said, glancing at Becca, who was clearly not pleased by this at all. That was okay, it wasn't like there was anything that she could do to fight it right now. I'll just go grab my stuff, Lucy said, taking a step toward the bus. I had Tyler take it back for you, Lynn said with a smile, clearly unaware that she was being manipulated into helping Violet get whatever kind of revenge she wanted toward Lucy. Also, there's a new setup in the venues that we're attending. The security is going to be fairly minimal and I'm worried that people are going to try to sneak backstage more and more as we progress. I'm going to need extra eyes back with the trucks. During the show? Lucy didn't understand. Yeah, it's when we all get a little lax and I don't want people getting their hands on props and I don't want paparazzi getting photos that we don't want them getting, Lynn said with a smile. This was absolute crap, but Lucy wasn't in a position to argue. She simply nodded to Lynn and glanced over at Justin and Becca, who were clearly under the influence of something, too. They were being awkward around her and it didn't make sense. What was happening here? What kind of power did Violet have? She was one of the stars of the show, that was for certain, but she had completely gotten to them. As she turned and headed back toward the other bus, she felt Becca's hand brush against her arm. Sorry, Becca whispered as Lucy nodded to her, ignoring the sad eyes that Becca gave her before she headed to the bus where the grunts of the crew were riding. This bus was nothing close to the kind of luxury and comfort that the band and the managing staff were riding in. Lucy sat down in her seat next to Tyler, who worked with the merchandise staff, and stared out the window. It was a beautiful day and that was what made it all the more depressing. Checking into the hotel and going to the new venue was a depressing affair, too. She didn't know people in the crew wagon as well and they weren't too keen on getting to know her. There was a division between those that worked and those that were in charge of making sure that everything worked. She just kind of tagged along and tried her hardest not to get in anyone's way. By the time she caught a ride to the venue on the crew wagon, she was there too early for any use. She just stood around pretending like her job was more than just keeping out of the way of Violet and James. It was all that she was meant to do. When it finally was time for the concert to start, it was no surprise that there was no one back with her at the trucks except for the workers who were in charge of breaking down everything. All day, she had wandered around the stadium, helping out wherever she could, but she felt ostracized by the community she had once been a part of. While wardrobe and makeup got all the dancers and extras into their proper attire, the light and sound team made sure everything was working. The sound checks were finished and when the show began, she was alone with an empty truck. There were no paparazzi and there were no security concerns. She was abandoned back here. She stayed with the truck through the entire concert, having memorized most of the songs by now and she was used to all of it. All she did was make sure that she crossed off the boxes on her list one by one while the crews loaded up the truck. It was a slow, painful process compared to the walking through and ticking things off rapidly at the end of the night. She made sure that she stuck around and made sure that every box was full and that every truck was packed perfectly before she stood alone in the giant stadium. There were probably a few people cleaning out there somewhere, but she felt the loneliest she'd ever been. There was no point to her being here anymore. Becca could do her job. It was all on the tablet. It wasn't like there was a point for her to be here. She had lost her respect, her position, and she was getting blocked at any turn she made to find the man that she was in love with. It was the worst feeling in the world and there was no one that she could turn to. There was no one that could help her, and there was no one who was even going to be interested in helping her. Everyone cared about Violet, and she was all that mattered. Catching a ride back to her hotel, she emailed the completed list to Lynn and trudged up the stairs to her room. She wasn't going to the lounge to see if anyone was there, she wasn't going to check any of the texts that she'd received to see where the party was or what bars they were occupying for their victory celebration. She didn't care about Becca or Justin, or anyone else for that matter. She didn't waste any time going to the front desk to see if James had left her a note or a message. He would have been an idiot if he'd done anything like that. No, she was content with going up the stairs and making her way straight into her room. So, that was what she did. She showered and laid out her clothes to travel in tomorrow as they headed to Nashville. It was going to be a long, slow trip to Nashville, and she figured it was best to get up, eat a good breakfast, and to pretend like today didn't happen. Lying in her bed, she ignored her phone vibrating. No doubt it was Becca who was trying to get a hold of her. She didn't want to hear from Becca. What did they care about her? She was pregnant and miserable right now. Soon, she was no doubt going to start showing, and that made her even more depressed. She was going to have to drop out of this job soon, and she was going to need to tell her parents that she'd been knocked up by James McCready. She wasn't looking forward to that. Maybe she could just run away when they got to Nashville. It's not like anyone would care or notice. When she closed her eyes, she prayed that tomorrow would be better than today, but she knew there was slim chance of that happening. Sleep slowly came for her, but when it did, she was troubled, and she found that there was nothing that was going to comfort her, nothing that was going to save her. No, she was abandoned to her thoughts and her worries. She was a child of sorrow and woe right now. She awoke quickly in the morning, rushing to the bathroom and throwing up as quietly as she could. She didn't want anyone in the neighboring rooms to hear her. She didn't want questions and suspicions to be raised. There was no getting out of this, but there was a chance that she could postpone the inevitable questioning and confusion that was going to come from those who found out. She just needed a few more days, a few more weeks, and she would tell Lynn everything that was wrong with her, and they would let her go. They would tell her that they couldn't have a pregnant woman on the tour, or that it wasn't healthy for her, or whatever story they needed to come up with to get rid of her, and she would be just fine with that. As she brushed her teeth, she told herself that soon she was going to put all of this behind her. Putting her stuff with the crew wagon and picking a window seat so that she could sleep, Lucy made her way back inside and headed straight for the continental breakfast. She was starving, and she was already beginning to feel the cravings. She knew that it wouldn't be much longer before the morning sickness became worse and the true cravings started to come for her. She was in a dangerous spot, and she was going to need to get herself out of it soon. She needed to start taking all of this seriously, and she'd been playing around at it for a while now. With a deep breath, she picked through the continental breakfast, finding everything that looked good to her and sitting down at a table, alone and far away from anyone. When another tray slapped down on the spot across from her at the table, Lucy looked up and saw that Becca had come to join her. Her red hair was all pulled back in a ponytail, and her bright eyes were brimming with a kindness that Lucy hadn't really expected to get here anymore. She figured she had pretty much lost all the friends she used to have. "Hey," Becca said as she sat down across from her friend. Lucy smiled at her, but there was no hiding the sadness and the depression that was welling up inside of her. When Becca saw this, she squeezed Lucy's hand. "What's wrong? What happened, Lucy?" "Something is up, and I don't know what it is." "I can't talk about it," Lucy said, shaking her head. "Listen," Becca assured her strongly. "I am your friend, Lucy. I take my friends very seriously, and if there is something up, then we need to make sure that you're facing it with friends and not alone. Nothing good ever comes from acting on things alone." "You don't understand," Lucy said, wiping a tear from her eye. "I can't tell you, Becca. It will get a lot of people in trouble and it's going to cause a lot of problems. So you're supposed to suffer alone? Becca furrowed her brow. No, that doesn't work for me either, Lucy. I'm here for you. You don't need to bear anything alone. You have friends and they're going to take care of you. Lucy took a deep breath and knew she was on shaky ground. Maybe there was something in the food she was eating, or maybe it had something to do with the first morning sickness moment that she had, or maybe there was something else at play right now. Either way, she knew that she wanted to tell Becca. She knew she wanted to take measures against Violet. All she could do was take a deep breath and shake her head. I'm pregnant, Lucy said after a moment. What? Becca let out a long, breathy question, one word that meant so much. How was she supposed to answer that? Should she repeat what she just said? Should she elaborate on how this happened? Or, was there something more she wanted to know? Becca seemed to realize that there was gravity with the question she had just asked and pulled it back into her mouth. After a moment, Becca decided there was a better question to be asked and one she might be able to get an answer to. Who's the father? Lucy looked at Becca and took a deep breath. Now this was the moment where she was tossing Becca into the heart of the problems. There was a question of loyalty here. Was Becca more loyal to Lucy, or was she going to let Violet or Lynn know the answer to that question? Maybe it was a mean or rude thing to wonder, but Lucy had only known Becca for a month, others had known her longer. She couldn't expect that kind of loyalty to last. But, she figured there was probably something worthwhile in letting the truth be known. James, she whispered. James? Becca's eyes went wide. Oh my God. She leaned in and looked Lucy in the eyes. How could you sleep with him? She asked after a moment. He's engaged to Violet White. Her family is one of the most powerful shifter prides in the entire world. You just pissed off the wrong person. You don't think I know that? Lucy hissed at her. Come with me, Becca said, standing up and extending her hands. Lucy didn't bother asking her where they were going. It wasn't like she was in any kind of a position to protest or argue with her. Right now, she had to trust that wherever Becca was leading her, it was going to be to some place that was going to help her out in some way. They made their way up the stairs to the third floor of the hotel and marched down the corridor until they came to a room where a woman was already halfway out of it with a large piece of luggage. Hey, Jane, Becca said, stopping her right where she was. Oh, hi, Becca, Jane said after a moment, brushing her springy locks out of her eyes and blinking a few times. Lucy had only seen Jane a few times. She was the on-site medical professional that they brought in case of accidents or emergencies that popped up over anything. Lucy was grateful that she hadn't been needed in her life up until this moment. What's wrong, girls? You look pale, Jane said after a moment of silence. We need a pregnancy test, Becca said after a moment. It was a long, unbearable amount of time before Lucy found out once and for all from the mouth of Jane that she was pregnant. It wasn't like she needed to hear it, and as Jane studied her face as they sat in the hotel room, she knew that Jane was well aware of the fact that Lucy had already known the answer. The whole exercise was simply to make sure that Becca was on board with the truth of the situation. You already knew, Jane said as she tossed the pregnancy test into the garbage. Lucy nodded to her, and Jane didn't seem like there was anything wrong with any of this. In fact, she seemed like this was pretty standard and routine. All right, I'm not here to judge and I'm not here to ask questions, Jane said with a smile on her face. I'm here to make sure that everyone gets the proper attention and medical help. If you let Lynn know that you're pregnant, she's definitely going to start asking questions and you're going to have to start answering them for her. So, if you want my advice, I'd suggest you ride it out the best you can for the tour, make sure you take the vitamins I'm going to suggest to you, and that you cope the best you can. When you start showing or it gets too uncomfortable, make a reason up for leaving. Thanks, Lucy said tentatively. We have to tell him, Becca said sternly, not wanting to give away too much to Jane, but not wanting to wait to have the conversation. No, Lucy said, shaking her head. I don't want to know who it is, Jane said, clearly having been through her share of tour drama before. But I do think that you better tell him. Shifters don't get abortions and you're going to carry this child and love it no matter what. The father deserves to know the truth and you deserve his support. But, that's just my 2 cents. Now, you better get out of here and let me get down to the bus before we take off. I'll give you a list of things you're going to need and some information that will help you out. Don't give up, Jane said with a comforting hand on Lucy's shoulder. This isn't the end of the world. No, but she was going to suffer for it, that much was for sure. As they walked out of the room, Lucy wiped the tears from her eyes and was horrified that they practically walked straight into Justin, who was coming down the hallway, looking for the two of them. Becca tensed up and froze while Justin grinned and headed straight for them. There you two are, he cried. I've been looking all over for you. I feel like you're giving me the cold shoulder. He froze, looking at them and immediately knowing that there was something up and that he wasn't in the loop. If there was something that Justin hated, it was not being in the loop. What's going on, ladies? Did someone die? I'll see you two later, Jane said, excusing herself from the incredibly awkward situation. Justin looked at them and Lucy let out a sigh, figuring that if she told Becca already, that she might as well tell Justin. It wasn't like she had a whole lot of options. Becca was bound to tell Justin anyway, and that would just mean she would be waiting to get ambushed on the way to Nashville, which she wouldn't be excitedly waiting for. They took Justin into his room and told him everything, and he was just as baffled and horrified as Becca had been as she found out. When he asked the same questions, they both gave him stern, resolute answers that didn't give him room for questions. Lucy was grateful that Becca was there with her. It was easier this way. It was easier not being such a fool when she was with someone who knew just as much as she did about the situation. How could James do this? Justin furrowed his brow. I mean, no offense, Lucy, but he's got Violet White waiting for him. He could have that any night he wanted for the rest of his life. Why would he jeopardize that and the whole political bet that is hinging on the union that those two have together? That's absolute, complete, unreasonable insanity. Yeah, Violet's great, but he clearly likes Lucy better, Becca said sharply. He has been acting strange though. He's clearly not happy with the arrangement of the marriage and he's been dragging his feet all along the way with the planning. Do you think that he's trying to get out of it? It doesn't matter, Lucy growled, dropping down onto the bed. If he finds out, then he told me himself he would break everything off with Violet and surrender his title as the future heir to the Pride. He said he didn't want anything to do with Violet and that it was his parents who had arranged everything. If I tell him, I'm afraid that he's going to use it as an excuse to give up on Violet and his position and he'll try to run away with me in disgrace and exile. But he does love you, right? Becca asked her. The romantic inside of Becca was starting to show. Lucy smiled and that was all that she could do to provide an answer. He's the one who has been leaving you all of the letters at the front desk, isn't he? He's been trying to contact you, but you've been keeping him away. I have to, Lucy said softly. Well, we have to tell him, Justin said poignantly. He has to know, and regardless of how he reacts to it, it's a man's right to know that he might be a father. It'll ruin everything, Lucy cut him off. It'll stop the tour, ruin the Pride, and it'll send everything spiraling out of control. It's already ruined my life, so why should it ruin everyone else's life? I won't be the source of all of this strife and suffering. What do you mean? Becca asked her. She didn't know about Violet and his brothers. She looked at her with a soft smile. Does Violet know? Is that why you're riding in the crew wagon and we haven't seen around? Oh my God, Violet's torturing you, isn't she? She doesn't know anything, Lucy said with a shake of her head. She has some serious suspicions, but she doesn't actually know anything. I'm sure she's coming up with all sorts of conclusions, and I know that her brothers are here to help her root out her concerns, but I also know that she's getting closer with every passing day. It's only a matter of time. Well, she's a spoiled diva, Justin said, coming to her aid. If you tell James, I'm certain he'll fight for you and make sure that you get some of your privileges back. Just let me get word back to him about all of this. Lucy shook her head. No, I don't want to cause any more trouble. Too bad, Becca said after a moment of thought. We're going to tell him whether you want us to or not. I'm not going to have Violet running around treating you like trash. We'll make sure that we arrange it so that Violet doesn't know about it. We'll have it so that she never even catches wind of it. It's not going to work, Lucy said bluntly. She's going to find out. No, Justin grinned, she won't.
Chapter 6. The meeting didn't happen quickly, and that was just fine with Lucy. In fact, it took a whole lot longer than she had anticipated before they could even get word to James. Nick and Luke had him surrounded, and they were watching him like two wolfish hawks that were hungry and ready to tear him apart at the drop of a hat. It was Justin who told him first that they needed to meet, and Lucy learned that Justin's message had been received loud and clear, but Violet was on to them, at every turn. Whenever they had a chance to get together and to talk, Violet or one of her brothers would interrupt them or stop them from getting together. It was becoming as infuriating as anything else that she had ever experienced, and in the vanity of their struggles, all of June evaporated before them. By the time they were facing July, they still hadn't been able to get word to him. While Becca and Justin wanted her to just write him a letter and tell him that way, Lucy knew that this was something he was going to need to hear from her mouth personally. She was fine with that. She wanted to tell him. She wanted to scream it from the rooftops to him, but they had to wait. When the time came to celebrate wrapping up another plan, the party was set to be an affair where they took over an entire club in Dallas and partied until the sun came up the following day. It was supposed to be the affair of the season, and while they were all gathering around the conference hall in the hotel where they were staying, Violet herself was inviting them all to come and party with her and her friends that were meeting them in Dallas. It was the kind of thing the entire tour crew was excited for and what they lived for. Sexy celebrities, beautiful women, and all the fun they could ever imagine in one place. But as they were listening to the invitation, Lucy watched James standing next to Violet, his hand on her back, smiling. It was all a farce. That wasn't his real smile. She knew his real smile. She had seen it in the light of her room, while they kissed. She had seen it in the lounge back in New York where they'd laughed and spent the night getting to know each other. Their bodies had done the talking, and as she looked at him up there, practically chained to that beast of a woman, she knew that she wouldn't be attending the party. She couldn't put up with that. When they reached Dallas and finished the concert, she made her usual excuses and went back to her hotel room. Becca and Justin were great sports about all of it, and they often would come back to the hotel room and hang out with her, spending the time ordering room service and watching terrible movies. They would laugh and have fun, but there was a tragic tension that hovered over everything. She was trapped in here, a prisoner to the will of Violet. There was no escaping this room so long as Violet was still watching her. Her brothers were everywhere, and she was constantly with James now. She knew that there was no way she was ever going to see James. It got to the point that her friends had stopped asking and encouraging her. So, when they attended the party without her, she didn't blame them. She didn't feel betrayed in the slightest. In fact, all she could think about was the fact that she was actually going to enjoy a chance to spend some time by herself and get to watch television and relax. She didn't stop by the front desk in the lobby and see if there were any messages from James. They were smart enough to stop playing that game before it got out of hand. She just walked down the hallway and up the stairs to her room where she decided that tonight she was going to use the gym. She opened the door to her hotel room and closed it behind her. She was paranoid, and she was always afraid that there was going to be someone coming in after her, Nick or Luke, with a lustful hunger for revenge. They were their sister's minions, and she pitied them. Every time the bus moved or they went to a different location or made a simple stop, she could feel both or one of them watching her, their eyes burning against her flesh. She hated feeling like she was being spied on everywhere. She wanted to feel normal again. She wanted to be happy. Inside her room, she sat down on the bed and tried her hardest not to lose her motivation to go to the gym. But as she stretched out, she realized how tired she was. Her job was strenuous and stressful, as she was beginning to have to coordinate with businesses to ship out parts and products to them while they were on tour. Inevitably, things were getting broken or lost along the way, and her job was to replace all of it and order things. Makeup and wardrobe were the worst right now. Standing up, she walked into the bathroom and took a quick shower, hoping that she could wash the grime and the exhaustion from the day off of her. But by the time she was out of the shower, she realized that she wasn't any more motivated to go to the gym than she had been the moment she went into the bathroom. When she walked out of the bathroom, she noticed the card sitting on the other pillow of her bed. She hadn't noticed it when she came in, but she knew that no one had come into her room. She walked over to it and she sat down on the bed next to it, looking at her name scrawled across it in the familiar handwriting. He must have slipped it into her room somehow, and that made her feel like he was trying his hardest to get to her. Whoever had done it, she was eternally grateful for their kindness. "Hey, beautiful," it said. "I'm busting out of the party tonight. I'm coming to see you. I'm not missing this opportunity. See you soon. I'm crazy about you." She ran her fingers over his name and stared at it, wondering how long it would take him to make up some excuse to leave the party. Wouldn't they realize that the lead singer to the band was going to be gone? They would come looking for him, and inevitably someone was going to catch on. It was a dangerous game that he was playing, but she supposed that he was probably to the point that she was, and he didn't care anymore. He probably just wanted all of this to end once and for all. She wanted that too. She wanted to have her man back, and she wanted to be able to be with him and not have anyone judge them. When the knock came almost instantly, she jumped off the edge of her bed. She stood up and she felt herself running toward the door and pulling it open to look at James standing on the other side. He didn't look like the James she knew from all the other times they'd met, but someone different and someone new. He looked like a man who was trying very hard to hide who he was from anyone that might be watching them. She stared at him and felt the smile spreading across her lips, like a wildfire eating up a dry, old forest. She was glad to see him. No, she was more than glad to see him. This was the best moment of her life, seeing him after all these dark days and weeks. "Hey," she exhaled. "Hey," he said back to her in a voice that she'd longed to hear. She grabbed his hands and pulled him into the room, feeling that old, familiar sensation she'd nearly forgotten. But it ignited inside her mind when she touched his hands like it was as bold as the first time she'd touched him. There was something magical inside of him, and she was more than eager to draw it out. She had missed him more than anything in her life. She missed him the same way she missed being home in Montana. She missed him on a deep, personal level that she couldn't quite fathom. This was the longing she felt deep inside of her all along. "You have something you need to tell me, apparently," James said, stepping into the room and closing the door with his foot. His hands immediately shot to her sides, pulling her close in her robe, pressing her against him, and their lips met in the soft, welcoming kiss she remembered. This was the kiss that defined them and that burned a hole in her memory. She loved the feeling of him kissing her, and she loved the sensation of his warmth rippling through her. There was nothing better. "I do." She broke back from him and took a step away from him. This was the hardest decision she'd ever made, but she knew she didn't have a choice but to tell him. He did deserve to know and have the opportunity to advise and support her in whatever way he saw fit. Sure, the final actions were her own, but she wanted him to know. She wanted him to be able to give her the chance to tell him what she knew. She took a deep breath. Her heart was pounding harder than it ever had before. "I'm pregnant," she whispered to him softly. He looked at her for a moment. His eyes were still and they were locked on hers. There was no movement, and she was certain that the silence in the room was a strange and powerful creature that was telling her everything she needed to know about him. He wasn't sure how to react, and as she told him, she could tell that she needed to have thought out a better plan than this. She couldn't just spring this on a man, and she couldn't just throw it at him like a pan of hot grease. What a horrible person she was not to buffer him or help to soften the blow. She knew that no one wanted enormous, earth-shattering news like this so harshly and so immediately. You had to ease people into the reality of their situation, and you had to give them a chance to process it and to take it all in. She had denied him that, and she was immediately sorry for how she had handled it. How could she be so callous and cruel to him? But then his eyes flickered. There was a little dance in them, and as she looked at him, she watched as the color that had faded from his face was starting to come back and the light in his eyes was growing, swelling with a new life that had been breathed into them as he looked at her face, taking her in. His fingertips constricted a little tighter against her sides as he held her close to him. His reaction was almost something out of a fairy tale to her as she felt him pull her closer and plant his lips on her. The kiss was powerful, and it was full of life, hope, and excitement she hadn't been anticipating for the past few moments. She thought she'd screwed up, and she had thought that she had ruined everything. But as he kissed her, she knew there was a very good chance he was going to be able to work this out. They were going to be together, and they were going to have this moment forever. It was vital they stick together and endure. She knew she needed him in her life, and she knew he wanted her in his life as well. He pulled back from her, and she could see the tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at her. "I can't believe you're pregnant," he whispered with a kind of excitement and jubilee that couldn't be faked. His whole body was trembling with the excitement, and she was so happy that he wasn't angry or depressed. "This is the most incredible thing that I've ever heard," he said to her with a grin spreading across his face. "Oh my God. I can't feel my face. I feel like I'm going to just float away on happiness. Oh my goodness." He took a step forward and placed his hand on her stomach, as though he might be able to feel if their child was moving. "Are you okay with this?" Lucy asked him, concerned that he wasn't thinking things through. The truth was that he probably wasn't. "I know Violet is on to us, but this complicates things immensely." "No, it doesn't." James shook his head. "I know exactly what needs to be done, and I'm going to make sure that it happens." "What does that mean?" Lucy asked him, putting a hand on his chest. She didn't like what she was hearing, and she was afraid her worst possible fears were going to be imagined. "If you cancel the engagement, then the tour will end," Lucy said with a concerned tone in her voice. "You're going to be ruining the lives of everyone that has had a part in it. Your entire band will go under from it. You know how much money is wrapped up in this." "What does it matter?" he asked her with a frown on his face. "I don't care about any of that. I'm going to be a father, and I need to do the right thing, and I need to be with you during all of this." "I am fine," she assured him strongly. "But the right thing isn't going to be that you devastate all of those around you. All of your friends in the band are expecting this tour to take you to the next level. You can't throw that all away because of me." He looked at her with a frown on his face. The excitement was being sucked out of this moment, and she knew it was cruel. But he was just catching up to what was happening, and he wasn't in on all of the thought that had been happening behind the scenes. He was late to the game, and it was time that he was brought all the way up to speed and got in on the real action. "What would you have me do?" he asked, letting out a sigh and clearly giving in to the demands of the woman who had been thinking things through since the moment she found out she was pregnant. She was glad he was being cooperative with all of this. She knew it must be hard and that he was going through 1,000 things right now trying to catch up. "Don't tell anyone," she urged him. "Don't say anything. If we can keep our affair and our pregnancy to ourselves and keep it a secret, I'll just wait until I can't work anymore, and then I'll leave and head back home. Once I'm gone, you can make up any reason you want to leave the band, but you can't do it before then. You have to keep the peace, and you have to make sure that everyone keeps their job until then." "That's a tall order," James said, furrowing his brow. "I want to talk with you, and I want to spend all of my time with you. I can't think about anything other than you, and I feel like I'm losing my chance to get to know you better and spend time with you. It's like it's all being ripped away from me, and I hate it. I want to have a chance to explore my own life and to have everything that I want. I don't want people defining my life anymore." "They don't," Lucy said, kissing his lips softly and looking into his eyes. They just think they do. All they have to do is think that you're theirs for a little while longer, and then we'll have our lives together. We'll be able to spend our days with each other, and we'll be able to do anything that we want. We'll raise our child together, and no one is going to tell you what to do. He smiled and kissed her on the lips. She sank into that kiss, and she could feel her whole body longing for him. She wanted to stay like this forever, lying by the man she was completely absorbed with. There was nowhere else in the world that even seemed even remotely safe for them, but this room was theirs, and no one was going to take that away from them right now. She wrapped her arms around him, and he held her as well, pulling her close and making sure she knew that he wanted her. "Okay," he whispered to her with a smile on his lips. "I'll keep quiet about this until you decide that you're ready to make your move. But the moment you're gone, I'm going to break off things with Violet. I don't want any more of my life wasted with her. I want you and only you, Lucy." "I want that too," she said to him softly. "We just have to make it a little longer, and then we're going to get everything we ever wanted. I promise you, James, we're going to have the life we want." As they lay there in the silence of the room, she wasn't sure if she believed herself, but she wanted to, and she knew there was a chance that a multitude of things could go wrong. If Violet found out about them, they were going to be completely destroyed. She would get the upper hand, and they would be left standing with nothing. She would have a child, and he would have a marriage that was cold, cruel, and loveless. It was going to be a living hell if they failed.
Chapter 7. When they wrapped up the concerts in July, they were all beginning to feel a little worn out. They played the South and then came back to Texas, where they ended up playing their last night in Houston. It was the kind of end to the tour's month that made everyone feel like the fun had melted away and that they were all a part of the same kind of slaving job that lost its luster a long time ago. Houston was a good town to play in, and the night was fun. It was a great venue, and Lucy was feeling better than ever about being banished to the back of the stadium to keep out of Violet's way and to keep her suspicions at bay. There was a kind of joy of getting the upper hand on her and knowing that they were safe. As the concert wrapped up, she found the little note that James had left her in the truck. She stuffed it in her pocket for later. They always found ways to sneak around Violet. Like usual, the wrap parties at the end of the month were the largest, and they were the most exciting. They were going to a club where they were supposed to be drinking and having the best time of their lives for hours until it was time for everyone to get back up and head to the buses and move on to the next city. It's the kind of routine that had worn out on most of them. It was still the same job, and it was just an attempt by Lynn and the others to try and stimulate excitement, but by now, an early night's rest was excitement enough for everyone. It didn't matter to Lucy. She was just interested in getting her job done, and she was never actually invited to the after parties. As she stood counting the containers in the back of one of the trucks, she turned around and headed for the entrance when she noticed that Violet was standing out there waiting for her. "Are you doing okay, Lucy?" Violet asked her as Lucy got out of the back of the truck and looked at her nemesis without a drop of remorse or interest. She didn't have time to deal with this psychopath, and she wasn't interested in bandying words with her. At most, she wanted to finish loading up the trucks and get on her way without having to feel like she'd just been met by the Spanish Inquisition. "You look a little pale," Violet said, hinting at something. "I'm fine, thank you," Lucy said. "You had such a wonderful concert tonight." "Thanks," Violet said. "Did you see any of it? I thought you mostly just stuck around the trucks." Of course she would dig at that. Lucy looked at her and nodded. "Yep," Lucy said with a soft voice. She wanted to be civil about this, but Violet had a way of pushing her buttons, and she hated it. She hated feeling like she wasn't in control and in charge of her actions. Too often she felt like there was nothing in her power to control any of this. She couldn't lash out, and she couldn't be mean to her. All she could do was bite her tongue and try not to insult her. "Well, I just thought that I'd come over and say hello to you," Violet said with a smirk and a shrug. "I thought you looked pale and like you'd put on some weight." I was just wondering if there was maybe something wrong that I should talk to someone about. That was the point. Lucy realized this wasn't a random moment of chance. She didn't touch her stomach, no matter how desperately she wanted to. She didn't give Violet any indication to think that she was pregnant. It burned inside of her, though, as she watched Violet walking toward the entrance to the green room where her brothers were waiting like two hulking golems for her. Violet shot a glance over her shoulder at Lucy, but she still wasn't giving away anything. In fact, she was too busy sending her list to Lynn, who was no doubt waiting for it. But, the moment Violet was gone, she felt tears running down her face, streaming as she covered her mouth and shook her head when someone tried to come and comfort her or ask what was wrong. All she could do was head outside and get a grip on herself. Violet knew, and it was painfully obvious now, that she was onto them and she knew something about their secret. She looked down at her stomach and she saw that she was barely starting to show, and she knew she hadn't been putting on weight. She'd been fanatical about the gym when they traveled the past month. She worked out every night or every morning, depending on the opportunity that was given to her. This was happening just to get a rise out of her, and she knew that she couldn't give in to what Violet was trying to do. She had to be the mature person here, and she had to be the adult of the two of them. She couldn't just give in to the anger and fear that was swelling inside of her and becoming a perfect storm of hatred and anger. She needed to defend her child, herself, and the man that she was in love with. Violet was looking for any reason to have her removed, and she was going to need the money from this job when she inevitably did leave. Back at the hotel room, she didn't bother talking to Becca or saying anything to Justin. She didn't want to hang out with them tonight. She just wanted to cry. She just wanted to be alone and allowed to wallow in the sorrow consuming her and eating her up inside. That wasn't too much to ask, and she knew she would be left to herself if she wanted to be. She took a deep breath and sat down on the bed, kicking off her shoes and looking at herself in the mirror. She didn't look pale, fat, or sickly. She looked beautiful. She reminded herself of that as she reached into her pocket and pulled out the note that James had sent her. "Heads up," James warned her. "There are rumors that someone heard you throwing up, beautiful. I hope you're fine and it's just morning sickness." Either way, Violet caught wind of it. "She's freaking out. Stay safe. Call me if you need anything." She looked at his number and knew that she was desperately close to calling that number. But she told herself not to and got ready for bed. She was surprised at how tired she was, drifting off to sleep in what felt like seconds. The following day was something of a tradition that happened at the end of the month, where they sent the vehicles in for maintenance and to get checked out to make sure that they were running well and were going to survive the road trip a little longer. Heading out west meant that the roads were longer and there were longer stretches before they hit their destinations. It was a time where everyone got a free day to explore whatever city they were in at the moment, and most people used it to get some sleep, see a movie, or just find something to pass the time with friends, enjoying the break they were given for a few days. Lucy was determined to take the time and enjoy the day, buying clothes that would hide the fact that she was starting to get a little bump and that soon, she was going to have to consider talking Lynn about leaving. She was going to have to take the dive sooner rather than later, she figured. "I'm going to talk to Lynn tonight," Lucy said to Becca as they walked through the clothing store that was a nice little boutique she'd never heard of before. She liked buying things that other people wouldn't have or that were out of the major stores right now. Lucy was a girl who liked personality in her clothing. "You sure that's a good idea?" Becca asked her. "So what if Violet said something to you? There's no way she could tell that you're starting to show or anything like that. You're practically a twig. In fact, I'm scared that you're not getting enough food. What if your baby ends up starving because you're so small?" "I'm fine," Lucy said with a smile. "Jane has been taking care of me and she totally knows what she's doing. She told me that she's helped more shifters than she can count deliver and have children. I told you it was a good idea talking to her, Becca said. But what if Jane asks you who the father is? I'll just tell her that I don't know, Lucy sighed. She hated the thought that she was going to be known as a slut, but that was the better option than getting the man that she was in love with in trouble and having him outcast from the world that he knew. She was the kind of woman who wanted to make sure she had everything in order and ready. She wanted a plan amidst all of this chaos. I think you should hold off on telling Lynn, Becca said, shaking her head. There's no telling what she'll do. I mean, I've heard that she kicked people out the moment that they told her. She said she won't have anyone endangering the tour, and if she's already heard the whispers and rumors that Violet hates you, she'll put the pieces together. How could she not know that Violet hated her? There was nothing more obvious in the world. If Violet created a sign and waved it around, shouting that she wanted to burn Lucy alive, it still wouldn't be as obvious as how she was treating Lucy up to this point. There was something pathological about the singer. I'll be fine, Lucy assured her. Well, make sure that you give me your address and keep me updated when she boots you out tonight, Becca teased. I'd like to keep in touch. Lucy was glad she'd made such a good friend in Becca. Justin was also turning out to be a stellar friend, and she couldn't have asked for a better duo to have her back. Justin was the one helping set up secret meetings with Jane, and they were always private so that Violet couldn't catch wind of them, but she swore that she could feel Luke and Nick around every corner, watching her with hungry, angry eyes. She smiled at Becca and knew she would definitely keep in touch with the friends she had made on this tour. They were the kind of people you could never forget. I'm all set, Lucy said, heading toward the counter. Find anything you want? Honestly, this isn't much of my style, Becca said, shaking her head. Lucy didn't mind. After all, she didn't want people stealing her style, especially beautiful Becca, who had a way of taking all the attention in her room when she entered into it. As she moved up to the counter, she felt nervous about talking to Lynn. She blamed Becca, but she felt like there was a shadow hanging over her head. There was some logic to what Becca had advised her, and for the rest of the day, it was rolling around in her head, refusing to let go of her. She thought about it as they went back to the hotel, and even up to the point where she sent Lynn an email asking her if she could get a few minutes of her time tonight at some point. When Lynn responded, saying she was free in the evening and that they should have dinner, Lucy was hesitant. She didn't want to get caught in the middle of a dinner that was awkward and unavoidable. She resolved herself to tell Lynn up front before any of the food came so that she could end the meal and not take advantage of Lynn's hospitality. It was the kind of manners that her parents would be proud of. Of course, the fact that she was confessing to getting pregnant was probably not going to be as impressive to them. That was going to be a harder sell. But, as she took a deep breath, she headed to the restaurant in the hotel that was completely sectioned off with a single entrance to an entirely different building. This was the defining moment. She found Lynn seated at a small table, looking over expense reports and a million other things that demanded her attention. She was the busiest woman Lucy had ever met, and she felt bad that she was going to be tacking on more stress to the poor woman's life. She took a step toward the table and waved cautiously to her. Lynn looked up over her glasses and stared at Lucy with a soft smile on her lips. It was a fake smile that had been practiced for clients and professional settings. Lucy hated this. She wanted to bolt and run, but she knew that this needed to be done. Good evening, Lucy, Lynn said, tucking her paperwork into a portfolio and stuffing that into a bag by her side. You look very lovely tonight. So do you, Lucy complimented, but Lynn looked like she had just been dragged through hell, honestly. She didn't look well at all. Spare the flattery, Lynn laughed. I'm not going to look lovely until this tour is over. I'm going to spend the next 5 years in a spa. Lucy chuckled and awkwardly touched the menu, trying to steel herself. She took another deep breath and found her courage. She knew the longer she waited, the more awkward it was going to get. She needed to just pull the trigger now and go for it. "Lynn, there's something that I need to tell you," Lucy said, watching as Lynn studied the menu. There was something anticipatory in her actions as she lowered the menu and looked at Lucy with the eyes of a hawk, studying her and getting ready for whatever blow was about to come. Lynn had been in this situation a million times. Sometimes they confessed it to her and other times she found out on her own. No matter how she learned of a pregnancy, everyone said that it was bad. "I'm pregnant, Lynn," Lucy said with a deep sigh. "I'm sorry that I've disappointed you, and I know you have a zero-tolerance policy for politics and fooling around getting in the way of the tour. I'm more than willing to take a step down and leave the tour. I just wanted to tell you in person." Lynn was silent for a moment. "There are 3 kinds of people who get pregnant in my employment," Lynn said sharply. "Those that I find out about and have to kick their sorry asses out of the tour because I'm apparently their mommy, those who come forward the moment they know and tell me, and I respect them for that. I really do. It takes guts to fess up to something like that in a job as high stakes as this one. But there's a 3rd kind of person, and they're the worst. They're the ones that I know about already and who come to me pretending like they're a saint and trying to get into my good graces by confessing it to me. But it's too late. It's too late, Lucy. I already knew you were pregnant. I just wanted to wait to see how long until you finally came clean about it." Lucy was shell-shocked. She wasn't sure what this meant or why she would keep silent about it. But it didn't take long for her to realize there was an obvious hand at work here that she had been ignoring that might have been her fatal move. The hand at play was Violet's, and Lucy could feel it reaching out and trying to strangle Lucy. Jane would never have told Lynn, and the only person that had a hint about this was Violet. James, Becca, and Justin were absolutely on her side, and they would have hated to see her go. They wouldn't have tried to harm her in this way at all, and the fact that she was here was horrifying to them. She knew they wouldn't do this to her. That meant there was only Violet, and that also meant Lynn didn't actually know anything. She just had rumors and a suspicion up until now. But in the end, Lucy supposed it didn't matter. It never really mattered. In the end, the facts were still the same, and Lynn knew that she was pregnant. The pregnancy was going to haunt her for the rest of her time here. Lynn was not going to be kind about this, and she knew she was going to suffer from the intervention of Violet. "Does James know?" Lynn asked her. That was a stab at the heart, and it scared Lucy. It was something Lynn couldn't possibly know. No, Lynn had good authority, and the guess that it was James who she was sleeping with made her feel like Lynn might have another spy out there or another informant other than Violet. Maybe Violet was the first to turn her on to the doings of Lucy and James, but she had to get confirmation from somewhere else, that or Violet was playing it way safe. "I don't know what you're talking about," Lucy decided to go with deniability, not wanting to get the man she was in love with in trouble. She didn't want to hurt him, and she didn't want to cause any more trouble than she already was. She could see in Lynn's eyes that she wasn't buying it. She wasn't buying it for a second. "James is the father," Lynn said with such a cold understanding and determination that it genuinely scared Lucy. "I'm not a fool, and if we're going to keep having this conversation, I'm going to need you to understand that I know and stop hiding. I'm going to need you to just understand that I'm up to date on everything, and there isn't a single thing that you can say right now that's going to surprise me or make me feel like I'm caught off guard. In fact, right now is the point in your life where you need to stop saying anything and shut up for a second and let someone who knows more than you talk. Do you think this is something that you can do for me, Lucy?" Lucy didn't say a word. She just nodded to Lynn. "Good, because you're at a very dangerous point in your life, and I'm going to give you all the reasons you could possibly need to walk away right now and never come back. So I hope you're listening," Lynn said, leaning in and speaking to her in a hushed voice that scared Lucy. "You're about to spark a war, the likes of which you've never heard of and you've never seen in your little podunk, backwater pack that you have. You've never seen what a shifter war looks like, and you've never seen the horrors of war in general. You're green and you've been living in peace for far too long. If you had half a brain in your head, you would have taken a step back and thought about what you were doing before you let that man stick his cock inside of you and squirt a bastard inside of you. But now, you're a little too late. Now that you're pregnant, I don't really see any chance we can avoid the war. Because honestly, Violet is more than a slut that struts around on stage for the masses. She's the golden girl of the second largest pride in New York City, and they're going to be very pissed when they find out her betrothed has been sticking it to backwoods girls. It's going to be a war like you've never seen before, and there are going to be thousands that end up dead because you let him sleep with you. I don't know what you were thinking, but for the first time in your life, I'm going to need you to actually start thinking and stop being such an idiot. Lucy was silent still, not wanting to say anything to her because she had a feeling that no matter what she ended up saying, it was going to be the wrong thing for Lynn to hear. She just sat there and stared at Lynn, waiting for her to do something. But Lynn just watched her for a moment, studying her and taking measure of the woman who had nearly destroyed everything she had created. "You've given me quite the ulcer for the past few months," Lynn said, taking a drink of her wine. "But I think now that we're being honest with each other, I have the unique position to offer you a piece of advice, and I think you should really take it when I tell it to you, because it's going to be the only way that you can give us peace after you've done all the damage that you have. I'm going to give you this one chance, and I really hope that you take it. So here is the offer I'm willing to give you, and please think of this as a strong suggestion and not just something I think you should do. Think of it as your only chance of actually making amends for what you've done. I'm going to tell everyone that you had a family emergency and you're going to go back to that little podunk town of yours, and you're never going to breathe a word to your friends, family, or even a stranger when you're drunk 40 years down the road about who the father is. You're going to take that secret with you to the grave, and you'll never breath another word of it to anyone. And in return, James will never find out where you came from if you haven't told him already. He'll wonder whatever happened to you and what happened to his child, but that won't matter, because he'll do his duty and he'll marry Violet without anyone having to know the opposite. You'll vanish and everything will be just fine in the world. Because, if you don't do this, James won't be able to avert a war that will claim the lives of countless people who are caught up in the middle of it. You wouldn't want to be the cause of that, Lucy. You're not the kind of person that can keep that on their conscience." All Lucy could do was nod to her, realizing she had made the most terrible mistake she possibly could have. She had been so selfish and caught up in the reality of arranged marriage that she didn't actually stop to think about why James was arranged to marry Violet. She didn't think there was anything behind it except the fact that they were two powerful families looking to become even more powerful. How could she have been so foolish? How could she be so heartless and such a child about all of this? She was endangering countless lives with this little scheme of hers. This wasn't the kind of person that she wanted to be. She didn't want to ruin everything. "I'll give you until we reach Denver," Lynn said after a moment of letting Lucy think it over. "Once we reach Denver, you're going home. I'm not going to have you sticking around any longer than that. Do not attempt to talk to James and do not attempt to do anything more than you already have. This is something that can only be fixed by you disappearing altogether." Lucy nodded to her, not saying a single word as the tears welled up in her eyes. She was going to have to make plans. She was going to have to figure out her escape and what came next. She wanted to tell James that she loved him and that there was nothing she hated more than leaving him, but there was nothing to it. She couldn't get word to him, and if she did, it might alert him to what was inevitably going to happen. She was going to end up spending the rest of her life alone, and while that was painful and hurtful to her, she knew it was the only way to save the lives of all the people in the crew and those that she didn't know. She was going to have to make sure that there was something inside of her she could carry on with. She needed to be able to handle the loneliness and the isolation. She couldn't even tell Becca or Justin where she was going. She was going to have to vanish into the night. That was going to be hard. That was going to be the most painful thing she'd ever done before. "You can go now," Lynn said cuttingly, staring at Lucy. "I don't want to see you in my life, other than the reports that I'm given. If you show your face to me, there better be a damned good reason for it." Lucy nodded one last time and rose from the table, taking her leave from her heartless and furious employer who wanted nothing more than to ruin the life that Lucy had naively hoped would be hers. She didn't blame Lynn. She was looking out for her clan and she was looking out for her people, but it was painful, nonetheless, and she was cruel about it. Lucy had made a terrible mistake, and rather than help her, she was just going to get rid of Lucy. But in her coldness and in her hatred, she had given sage advice that Lucy wasn't going to ignore. She was going to make her run for it, and she was going to head for the hills and never look back. Lynn had dealt with this kind of thing before, but she had probably never felt a civil war brewing because of it, and she didn't want her friends and her family to get caught up in it. Lucy had been the fool here who had stuck her nose in the world that didn't want her and wasn't looking for her. Why hadn't she ended up flirting with Justin and getting a marriage out of that? Her parents would have been happy and everyone would have walked away grinning and smiling. Her family would have been proud of her and her pack would have been tied together with another clan that was eager to make friends in this cold, hostile world, but she had blown all of that up when she slept with James. Why hadn't he been a nobody like her? Why couldn't things have worked out better? She was crying by the time she made it back to her hotel room. She was bawling her eyes out and the sobs were shaking her entire body. She felt the stress of everything coming down on her and she knew that running away was her only option. There was nothing more she could do here. Her dreams had faded, and though she was leaving, she knew that James was going to be confused and never have the answers that he wanted. Violet would probably tell him that she knew he'd cheated on her and that would be the end of it. She would hold it against him forever, and she knew there was going to be no happiness in James' life. Everything he loathed and hated was waiting for him, and everything she feared was awaiting her. She took a deep breath and tried to find the courage inside of her not to give up and not to freak out. She knew there was a dark end to this story. Sometimes, people didn't get a happily ever after at the end of their story, and that was just fine. She wasn't going to have a problem with that, and she knew she had brought all of this on herself. She took a deep breath and looked at herself in the mirror, a red-eyed, sad girl that would never have a chance to enjoy the life she wanted. Oh well, that was her fate, she supposed.
Chapter 8. Felt like Denver arrived way too early. When they pulled into the Alpine city, she couldn't help but feel the sinking dread filling her up inside, and she wanted to vomit all along the way. And it wasn't the pregnancy's morning sickness that was doing it to her. No, it was the fact that everything she knew and loved was coming to a shattering and fatal conclusion here, and she was going to be left destitute and alone for the rest of her life. The hardest part was that she was going to have to raise a child on her own, and the entire time she looked at that darling little baby, she was going to be struck with the memories of its father. She would see James' face every time she looked at the child. That was going to be hard, walking around with the ghost of James in her mind all the time. She would get used to it, she was sure, but inevitably it would wear her down and crush her spirit once in a while. She'd have to explain to her child why Mommy was crying so much and why Mommy never dated another man and why they never had a daddy. That was going to be depressing. She lingered around and was helpful wherever she could be for her last day on the job, and she didn't mind doing little odd jobs wherever she was needed. She wanted to make sure that no matter what people heard about her, they would have fond memories of her when she was gone. She didn't want people to think ill of her, especially if they heard the rumors that were inevitably going to come pouring through when James found out she was gone. For the concert, she mostly just stuck around in the back and kept to herself, not wanting to make Violet angry by trying to sneak one last look at the concert and getting a chance to see James on stage, making the crowd feel like they were getting a life-altering performance they would never forget. Instead, She stuck back by the trailers and talked with the crew members that she'd become pretty good friends with over the past months in her isolation. They teased her and befriended her pretty easily. She still wasn't one of their kin and never shared in any of the glory of knowing the band. But they figured she was better than any other woman they ended up seeing. To them, Becca was the crimson goddess that could decide whether they lived or died. She didn't begrudge the fact that they picked on her now and again, but when she counted the last box, she felt a little sad. She sent the report to Lynn and knew she would probably never get another chance to talk to Lynn. That was okay. She knew Lynn was actually a pretty great boss and she had taken a shot on Lucy when others wouldn't have. There was something about her that made her feel like she was going to be in high places one day and that no one would probably ever know about the time she had saved the two clans from going to war because she sent Lucy away. The more she thought about it, she figured that Lynn probably wouldn't care. She was one of those people who genuinely enjoyed and believed in the thankless jobs that were given to them. She could excel where others floundered and failed, and she would never need a single person saying thank you to her. When she sent the report, Lucy knew there was only one person in the world that could do what Lynn did, and she wasn't going to take the woman for granted. She was going to let her know that she did respect her and that she was thankful for showing Lucy what she needed to do. Without Lynn, Lucy would have sparked a war that engulfed everyone that James knew and that he cared about. It would have destroyed their relationship, and there was no way that James would ever have been able to forgive himself. She knew that now, and she was grateful she wasn't responsible for that. "Thank you," was all she typed with the report that she shot off into space, and she hoped Lynn would understand it when she got it. If she didn't, Lucy supposed that it wasn't any skin off of her back. She looked at the crew as they loaded up the last of the trailer doors and she waved goodbye to them. They wouldn't know it was the last time they were going to see her, but she figured they'd all understand when they found out she wasn't at the next venue. When Becca and Justin texted her, asking her to come out to dinner with them, she was more than happy to oblige them, but she was interested in going by herself. She didn't want to have company as she walked the familiar streets of Denver. This was where she'd gone to college, and this was her old stomping grounds. She had friends here, and she knew that she could call on any one of them for help right now. Of course, she wouldn't, but it was great to know she had options available to her if she needed them. Taking a deep breath and sucking in the high mountain air, she felt a rush running through her. She was oddly okay with this. She was ready for all of this to end, and she was already prepared to tell her parents what had happened to her. She was ready to let them know that their daughter had failed them and the pack was going to visibly be disappointed in her. But they'd never vocalize anything to her. They wouldn't dare to be rude or hurtful to one of their own, especially when they knew she was pregnant. They would probably tell stories about how the rock star had impregnated her and abandoned her. And no matter how much she told them the truth, they'd still side with her and naively believe that Lucy could do no wrong and the world wasn't good enough to her. Walking into the bar, she sat down with her friends and ordered a cheeseburger and pickles, which sounded amazing right now for some reason. She wasn't sure what the cravings were all about, but when she sat down across from Becca, who was eating a salad, she felt like a pig. "You never did tell us how your meeting with Lynn went," Justin said as he dove into his finger steaks. There was a hungry lust in his eyes that Lucy didn't want to get involved with, but she did find it funny that he was so hungry after this night's show. It was easy and relatively simple. There was nothing about it that had been particularly stressful. She knew he was ready to move on to the next leg of the tour. Only 2 more months and they were going to be back in New York City, or at least on the long haul back. They still had the West to play and then hit the Canadian circuit that was waiting for them. It was a long haul and they were going to have a ton of fun as they went back. Lucy was going to be sad that she wasn't there with them. There was no place she'd rather be in the world than with them. She wanted to be riding shotgun with them and helping out along the way. But that wasn't in the cards. "She was mad," Lucy said with a shrug. "She told me that I was going to have to come up with an exit strategy when I couldn't hide it anymore. I figure that I have about a month to find out when I can get out of here. But she definitely isn't happy with me." "We could tell," Becca said, shaking her head. "She's furious every time your name comes up and we've all resorted to not talking about you, in case she freaks out. I don't know how you managed to piss off both Lynn and Violet." By getting impregnated by Violet's fiancé, Justin reminded her with a grin on his lips. Becca gave him a mild punch and shook her head at the crassness of the joke. But Lucy ended up laughing with him. It was the truth of the matter, and there was no hiding it from anyone. She just shook her head and felt badly that she was the one that was going to end up ruining all of the fun. She was breaking up the trio they'd developed. Justin and Becca were going to be left alone together without Lucy there to break up their fights or to hang out with them when the other was still busy with the job. "Well, I'm going to miss you a lot," Becca said. "I want you to give me all of your information so that I can come and visit you once the tour is over. I want your child to think of me as an aunt." "I don't do so well with babies," Justin said with a shrug. "No offense, but you'll probably be better off without me lurking around to make it cry." "Of course he'll come visit you too." Becca elbowed Justin and made him jump. "He's just being an ass right now. He doesn't do well with the thought of his friends moving on." "You will be sorely missed," Justin assured her with the utmost confidence. "It's going to suck losing another member of the gang. I was just beginning to feel like we understood one another. I want to thank both of you for everything you've done for me," Lucy said to them with a sad smile on her lips. She was trying her hardest not to get emotional, but she knew this was going to be the last time that she got to spend any real time with them. She wouldn't be able to tell Becca where she lived, because James might find a way to get a hold of her and track her down, which would jeopardize the peace that Lucy and Lynn had brokered together under the dire circumstances that came. So, there would be no reunion after the tour, and there would be no hanging out and having a great time together. In fact, the only thing that was assured was that they'd never see each other again. "I don't think I could have done this without you, and when I was in a really dark place, the two of you were there to help me when no one else would. I'm just very grateful for how kind you've been to me." "Don't mention it," Justin said with a smile and a gentle pat on her shoulder. "You're a good person, Lucy, and I'm glad that everything worked out all right for you in the end. You deserve a happily ever after." Those words cut deep, and she tried her hardest not to burst out crying. She smiled and looked at Becca, who was already beginning to suspect there was something else going on. Becca had a type of perception that was horrifying, and Lucy tried her hardest to hide from the all-seeing eyes of Becca as she sat at the booth. "You've come to be like a sister to me," Becca assured her. Her words were strong, and they were full of a knowledge that Lucy was afraid of. Becca knew. She knew, and she was not going to say a thing about it. She knew that Lucy was going away tonight. There was no hiding it from her, and there was no escaping it. "I love you, Lucy. I hope that only good things come to you." "Thank you," Lucy said, swallowing her tears and refusing to cry. She ended up getting out of the booth and hugging Becca, who had been with her through thick and thin during this whole ordeal. If, in some way, Becca ever found her way to Lucy's podunk town, she would always have a place to stay. When she ended up back at the hotel room, Lucy knew she couldn't just vanish from James' life without saying something. She had to tell him she loved him and that she was sorry for all that was coming for him. She needed to tell him that there was a reason for all of this and that it wasn't anything personal or what she wanted to do. She wanted to confide in him that the purpose of her departure was strictly for the salvation of his people and not out of anything spiteful. She wrote the letter and poured her heart out onto the page, not sparing anything as she scratched her pen across the surface of the paper and made sure there was nothing she didn't leave unsaid. This was the last chance she was ever going to have to talk to him. She would always have his letters, but he didn't have anything from her to remember her by, and she knew that it would sting for her not to have anything. It wouldn't be fair. It would kill her to be left without any farewell. So, she finished writing her letter and folded it, writing his name as elegantly and as beautifully as he used to draw her name on the front of the envelopes that he would leave for her. As she gathered up the last of her things, she decided she would slip the letter under the door to his suite before she left, and she would vanish in the middle of the night just like she had promised. She wouldn't make a scene, and she wouldn't wait for Nick and Luke to show up and forcibly take her from the premises. No, she was going to be noble about all of this, and she was going to do the right thing. As she walked toward the door, she held her head high and told herself that she was going to be the dignified person that she was, regardless of what had happened to her or the fate that was waiting for her. She was going to make sure she let Lynn and the others know that she wasn't afraid of the fate awaiting her. She wasn't ashamed of what she had done in the slightest. She reached the door, her hand stretched out for the handle, and was just inches from it when she heard a knock on the door. Part of her wished that it was an answer to her prayers and that James had come to her, that he had come with some kind of a miraculous Hail Mary that was going to save them and save his people at the same time. Her lion would come for her and she would be safe once and for all. They would ride off together and be given their happily ever after. Throwing open the door, her hopeful eyes were suddenly struck by the cruel reality that none of that was waiting for her, and the person standing on the other side of the door was the last person she wanted to see. She looked at Violet, flanked by her two hulking brothers. "Hello, slut!" Violet snapped at her with her rotten voice. Lucy hated her. Everything she had learned about Violet over her time with the crew only confirmed in her mind that Violet was nothing more than a spoiled, vicious little girl that had been given everything in her life. "So," she said, driving Lucy back into her room, "I hear I was right about you and that you did fuck my fiancé." "That's none of your business," Lucy growled at her. "Actually, since I'm wearing the ring his family gave me, it is my business." Violet held up the ring for Lucy to see, and she hated the sight of it. She hated thinking that the ring on Violet's finger would never be on her finger. There was no way that they would ever want her or the likes of her. "Is it true that you got yourself pregnant? Was that your plan all along? Was your pack trying to sabotage my engagement?" "I had no idea that you two were engaged," Lucy said defiantly. "In fact, I didn't even know who James was when I slept with him and got pregnant with his child." "I don't care," Violet shrieked angrily. "I want you gone forever, whore. I want you to disappear, and if I ever see you or your bastard show up on my doorstep or ever try to communicate with my man, I'm going to kill you, that little brat in your belly, and your entire pack for having given birth to you." "I've already agreed to leave and never coming back," Lucy said to her with an angry growl. There was something inside of her that wanted to reach out and strike Violet for threatening her people and most of all, her unborn child, but she stayed her hand and refused to give in to the desire deep inside of her. Instead, she kept her hands firmly at her side and refused to strike out against her. Instead, she just glared at the woman. "I want to hear you make the deal with me," Violet snapped angrily. "I don't care what you told Lynn or what you even told the elders if you talked to them. I want you to make the promise with me, and I want to hear you say it. I will never come back, and I will never show my face to you or your fiancé," Lucy said with her teeth clenched together. "You don't have to worry about me or my son. We're not coming looking for James. He's all yours. You can have him. I hope the two of you are as miserable as you are as a person." "How dare you talk to me that way?" Violet snapped at her. "I'm not the slut who is sleeping around with other women's men. If you don't like what I have to say or the fact that there are consequences to your actions, then maybe you should think next time." "What do you know about consequences?" Lucy growled at her. "I know not to spread my legs to rock stars," Violet said angrily. "They clearly won't even take you when you will," Lucy fired back. Before Violet could scream and throw her tantrum, her eyes landed on the envelope in Lucy's hand. She spotted it like an eagle could spot a rodent in the grass from miles away. Lucy flinched, forgetting that she was trying to deliver the envelope to James before she left. It was too late. Violet had spotted it. Now that she had seen it, she was going to demand to get a look at it, and then it was game over for any hopes she had of telling James that she loved him and that they had to do this. Violet raised her finger and pointed at the envelope. "Give me that," she ordered. For a moment, Lucy thought about protesting and fighting it. She thought about how noble it would be to struggle with the starlet, but she figured that Violet was vindictive enough that she would let her brothers kill Lucy or she would press charges and have Lucy thrown in jail. Either way, it wasn't a good outcome for Lucy, so she handed the letter to Violet, who took it. She opened the letter and looked over the contents with a furious expression on her face. As she read every line, Lucy felt her heart crumbling and shattering into 1,000 pieces. There was nothing that could express how heartbroken she was at losing this letter to the harpy that was in front of her. "These aren't things for you to say to my fiancé," Violet screamed like a little child at the top of her lungs. She tore at the letter, shredding it between her fingers as she came dangerously close to transforming right there in the room. Lucy would have gladly transformed and fought the spoiled lioness, but Luke and Nick would have quickly subdued her. All she could do was sit there and take it from the spoiled little starlet. "Get her out of my sight," Violet commanded her whipped brothers. I hope your child is retarded and you bleed out giving birth, you whore. Lucy turned around and drove her fist as hard as she could into Violet's nose, breaking it in a single punch with the blink of an eye. She stared at the stunned face of Violet as she stared back at Lucy, her face slightly tilted back, a frozen expression of pain and horror on her face. Even Nick and Luke were frozen, horrified at what they'd just witnessed. It had happened so fast that Lucy couldn't believe she had actually done it. She was going to be killed for striking the future wife of the Pride's leader. They were going to hunt her down and to execute her for what she'd done. But in the depths of her mind, she didn't care. She didn't care in the slightest. She had done what needed to be done, and as she reached down for her bag and her luggage, she watched the tiny rivulets of blood snake down over the shocked features of Violet. Her nose was broken, and she was going to probably have a pair of black eyes to match it. Lucy didn't care. She headed out into the hallway, past the lurking brothers who simply stared in frozen horror, completely unsure how they were supposed to react right now. She doubted that anyone had ever raised a malicious finger toward their precious little sister in her entire life. That was fine with her. She would get a nose job and be done with it, back to normal. But Lucy, she was going to have to carry around the scars and the hurt of this moment for the rest of her life. Outside, she waved down a taxi and quietly loaded her luggage and bag into the back of the vehicle, looking back at the hotel and wishing that she had one last moment with the man that she loved. But it was not meant to be. There was nothing waiting for her here but sorrow and pain. Besides, it wouldn't be long until Violet started to scream and came out of shock at what had just happened to her. Of course, she would never tell a soul, because that would mean actually divulging what had happened to her, and that would be even more embarrassing. That was even dangerously close to revealing that James had a secret that others might want to look into. Instead, it was safer just to pretend like nothing had happened and move on with her life. The taxi pulled away from the hotel, and Lucy could feel the tears rolling down her cheeks. She felt like she was dying on the inside, like there was nothing left to live for. She had failed, and all she had was sorrow waiting for her.
Chapter 9. It was cold out in the middle of nowhere, but the silence and the loneliness of the wilderness suited her. She didn't want the world around her, and she definitely wasn't going to go back into Clydesdale. Over the past 4 months, she had come to accept her isolation out in her family's cabin as the fate she was going to live with for the rest of her life. There was a sizable amount of hush money waiting for her when she got home, and she decided that she was fine with it and living off of it in her meager existence for the rest of her life. The cabin had been in her family for ages, and the 2 bedrooms, living room, dining area, and kitchen were all that she needed. She didn't need a whole lot to live with, and when she had come back in such a state, her parents weren't inclined to ask a whole bunch of questions. She was grateful for that, and she held an uneasy truce of not sharing with anyone else. Heartbroken, she knew her actions had shamed her family and they were disappointed in her, but the woman that came back from Denver was not the daughter they had sent off. There was talk of sending a delegate or getting answers from the Pride, but Lucy had shown up to quell any talk of investigating what had happened to her. She told them she had simply made a mistake and that she had trusted a man she should not have, and now she was pregnant. That was the end of the story, and she was going to take everything else with her to the grave. She apologized to her parents for not telling them sooner, but she was done with the world. She drove up to the cabin, and people in Clydesdale only ever saw her when they spotted her coming into town for supplies. When the winter snows came and blew through Montana, coating the entire autumn world in a foot of snow, she was happy to finally be isolated from everyone. Her parents would call to make sure that she was fine, and her PACS doctor would make the trip to see her for appointments, but that was it. Out here, she answered only to herself, and she spent her time enjoying the simple luxury of reading and painting. She didn't think that she had the knack for it, but painting came naturally to her. After a few weeks, she found that she was utterly devastated with the loneliness she had inflicted upon herself. Pregnancy kept her inside, and so did the 2 feet of snow outside, so she was stuck inside. She taught herself to paint from videos on the internet and watched movies curled up on the couch. The only thing she missed was the man that she could never have. Every time her child kicked, she would think of James and know that he would have loved to have felt the presence of his child inside of her. That was taken away from him, robbed of him by the cruel and wicked woman she'd lost him to. When she made it home, she followed news of the tour, even when she found out that Violet White was going to be taking a break during the month of August, no doubt while she got her nose fixed. She missed the band and the crew that she had come to think of as a family, but the pregnancy became the dominant factor of her life. She realized there was nothing more stressful in her life than being pregnant and that she couldn't have lasted much longer on that bus than she did. Getting off when she did was the smartest move she had made. There was no surviving or coping with pregnancy, and she wasn't about to even try to do what she used to do. The writing on the bus was what made her flinch the most. Lucy looked out the window to the south over the valley. She could see for miles and miles, over the open meadow that her cabin sat right in the middle of to the thick forest at the foot of the sloping hill that she was on. It was a gentle slope, but it was all pristine, untouched snow. The only footprints in it were from the elk that would roam down the hills from the mountains to the north. They usually avoided the cabin, smelling the scent of a wolf lingering around it. The first question Lucy had asked her doctor was whether or not the child was going to be a lion or a wolf. The doctor was rather surprised to hear that she had grabbed herself a lion to get impregnated by. Lucy didn't think of it as much of an accomplishment as she looked out the window. She had gotten pregnant, not built a monument. But the doctor inevitably told her the answer that she already figured out. They wouldn't know until the child was going through puberty, where all shifters learned that they had the ability. Lucy didn't think she would be able to wait that long. As she looked out the window, rubbing her swollen belly, she looked down and couldn't wait until she had a friend in the cabin with her. She was so excited to be a mother that it was impossible to contain. Yes, it would have been great to have James here with her, but without James, she knew his people were going to be safe and that they were going to have a chance to avert a war. How many people could claim that? Lucy walked back to the easel that she had set up and looked at the blank canvas she had in front of her. When she closed her eyes, she could visualize 1,000 things, and she knew there was an infinite number of possibilities that she could paint on the canvas, but all she could think about right now was ice cream. Even if it was ridiculously cold outside, she was always hot and she was craving ice cream like a crazy person. She let out a sigh and stared at the blank canvas. "You're going to have to hold on, buddy," she promised it. She'd taken to selling her artwork online and had even opened up a little Etsy store that was doing pretty well. She was no Bob Ross, but she thought she was doing pretty well for the landscapes that she had painted. Every day, she tried to paint at least one picture and tried to sell it. Whenever people bought one, she hoped it would give them a little happiness. As she stood in the kitchen, she pulled a spoon out of the drawer and looked at the clock. She was going to need to make dinner soon. The hardest part of living alone was sticking to a healthy routine. As she pulled her ice cream carton of choice out of the freezer, she heard a distinct sound beyond the walls of her house. Placing the Ben and Jerry's on the counter, she turned and looked out the kitchen window and saw a truck coming across the snow toward her. There was a fence that led the way up to the cabin for people to follow when the snow got this thick. She tried to remember if she had an appointment today, but she couldn't remember having one scheduled. Besides, she didn't recognize the truck. As it was coming across the thick snow, she tried to think if there was anyone in the pack who might be coming out to visit her or to check on her. Her heart began to pound faster and faster. There was a kind of terror inside of her that came from the paranoia seeping through her. She had punched Violet White in the face and broken it, and she was waiting for consequences. Her isolation had only made her more paranoid, more alert to the possibility of getting attacked by Violet's lackey brothers. When the truck kept coming and she didn't recognize it or think that she might know who it belonged to, she walked back into the living room and grabbed her grandfather's shotgun off the wall where it had been waiting for a moment just like this. She'd practiced with it during the autumn, becoming a pretty good shot in case there was ever a moment she was going to need it. There was no way she was going down without a proper fight. She gripped it in her hands and headed for the door. She kicked open the door and stepped out onto the porch, feeling the cold air swirl around her, but it didn't register. She was still hot. She didn't like the idea of firing a shotgun this far along in the pregnancy, but she was willing to do whatever it took to defend her child. When the truck came to a stop, she raised it and pointed it at the driver's windshield. "That's far enough," she shouted as the engine died. "Come on out real slowly." The door was kicked open to the truck and she watched as a pair of gloved hands stuck out over the top of the door and the driver dropped down into the snow, taking a few clumsy and awkward steps back before shutting the door. The man who was driving the truck was completely bundled up for the weather and she was certain that she didn't recognize him as he pulled down his scarf and took off his sunglasses. At least, she didn't recognize him until the moment that she did. For the life of her, she had no hope that she would ever see James again, but when she saw him in front of her, there was a disturbing calm deep inside of her. Everything was restrained, quietly waiting for her mind to kick into gear and to process what she was seeing right now. This was wrong. She shouldn't be looking at James. He should be long gone and away from here. He was supposed to be with the band and they were supposed to be in New York City. He was supposed to be with his wife. "Hi, Lucy," he said, taking a step forward with his hands still up in the air. She still had her shotgun on him and she blinked a few times. God, she had missed that face, that warm, soothing voice, but this was all wrong. She wasn't supposed to be in contact with him. He wasn't supposed to be here either. What was Violet going to do when she found out that James was gone to visit his mistress and his bastard child? He had just put them in danger. "What are you doing here?" she asked him, lowering her shotgun after he stopped approaching her. "I came looking for you," he said to her, staring at the wilderness all around the hill and the towering mountains behind her cabin. "It took me quite a while." "How did you find me?" she wondered, completely blown away by all of this. "I bought one of your pictures," he said with a grin. It was a picture of a mountain with a storm blowing over it. "I had no idea that you could paint." "I didn't either," Lucy said as he took another step toward her. She shook her head as he walked toward her. This was wrong and she knew it. It was very wrong. It was dangerous for him to be here and for him to be acting so nonchalantly about it. He needed to protect her and their child. He needed to protect his people, but as he strolled up to her and placed his lips on hers, she couldn't help but feel the familiar ignition of power and hope inside of her. She didn't know why he was here, but she didn't want him to leave. She didn't want this moment to ever end. She wanted to keep him in her arms forever. As they kissed, she couldn't help but picture a world where she was given the chance to have him, their child, and to be as happy as she could possibly be. That was the dream. That was the hope inside of her that she knew she would never have. This had to be a dream somehow. This had to all be inside of her head. If she was going insane, she just hoped her child was delivered safely and that she could stay like this forever. She was completely fine with him kissing her. As she pulled away, she looked at him and smiled. "Aren't you worried about the war? What about all the troubles that this is going to cause?" she asked him, shaking her head. No, her mind was starting to kick into gear again and she understood that this was definitely wrong. There was nothing okay or right about this. He was putting the lives of so many people on the line and they were going to suffer because of his actions. "Well, if you'll have me inside, I'd love to talk to you about it," he said with a grin that was too charming for her. She hadn't been on the internet in almost a week since she'd sold her last painting. It wasn't like she needed the money, so she was extremely lax about it. What had she missed? Was there a gang war happening in New York City right now that she didn't know about? Was a shadow war underway? "Come on in," she said, opening the door and backing into the cabin, leading the way. "Nice shotgun, by the way," he said mischievously. "Know how to use it?" "You don't want to find out," she assured him. It was strange having James in the cabin, and as he took off his coat and his snow boots, layer by layer, he turned into the man she recognized and that she had fallen in love with. He was as handsome as ever, and honestly, it looked like he hadn't aged a day. It was like looking at a picture of him that could move and walk around the cabin. As she walked into the kitchen and started working on dinner, it didn't take long for him to show up and start helping her out. For a while, they didn't talk, just basked in the presence of each other, looking over and shaking their heads as they grinned like fools. There was a story here, and she was certain she was going to get to the bottom of it, but right now, she just wanted to enjoy him for a little longer. She just wanted to take advantage of this moment while she could. The gravity of everything was going to come inevitably, and that was fine, but right now, she wanted her moment with the man that she loved. By the time they were finished with the sauce and the pasta, they filled their plates, and the smell of bread in the oven made their mouths water as James walked around the cabin, looking at all the art that she had piled up in the corners of her living room. She wasn't the most organized person, but he commented on them, tell her he was jealous that she wouldn't put more online to sell. She didn't care about what he did or didn't like right now. She just tried to figure out how he had figured out where she was and how she'd been found. She had thought she'd been careful about everything. "How did you find me?" she asked finally. "I have lots of money and I found you online," he said with a smile. "The rest was easy." "Isn't your wife going to take exception to you sneaking off?" she asked him. "I'm not married," he said with a gleeful smile on his face, the kind of smile she hated because she didn't trust it. He was being vague and she wanted to kick him in the shin for it. If he wanted to be a nice person, he would give up the entire story without making her ask for it or beg for it, but this was his way of gloating and having fun. She bet that he probably felt pretty good about himself right now. "So what happened?" she asked him, tired of waiting for him to be an adult. "It took about 5 minutes for me to figure out what had happened," he said with a shrug. "I went to Lynn and demanded to know what she'd done. With Violet's nose broken, an uglier side came out of her and she accused me of all sorts of terrible things. I denied it, of course, and no one could get a hold of you to find out if the allegations were true. In the end, it became this huge mess that no one could prove or disprove, and it ended up with lots of people getting mad at one another, and eventually, I told my parents I was no longer interested in being the head of the pride. I told them I was looking to retire and that I had a little place in the middle of nowhere that I wanted to go to and think about my life and what I intended to do with myself. They gave me their blessing and they had my younger brother marry Violet. He was much happier with the prospect than I was, and he was more than eager to stick his horny little cock in a starlet. Pay their way, good for them, and I was free to do whatever I wanted. The fans were devastated, of course, but the threats of war ended and here I am, right in front of the woman that I wanted to spend my life with all along. So that's all it took?" Lucy raised an eyebrow and didn't understand what the possibilities were for him to get out of his engagement with Violet. In fact, she didn't even know that he had a younger brother. Once more, she realized that she didn't have a clue who this man was or that there was anything credible she did know about him. But, the one thing she did know was that she definitely wanted to spend the rest of her life looking to find out every little thing about him that she could. This was the man she was obsessed with, and she wasn't going to lose another opportunity with him. "What happened to Becca and Justin?" Lucy asked him as they sat down at the table to eat. She watched him as he tried the pasta, and the look on his face was priceless as he was genuinely impressed. "When you live alone," she shrugged, "you learn how to cook when you have nothing better to do." "It's amazing," he told her with a grin. "Justin is still working with the band and I think that he's moved up since you last saw him." Lynn ended up retiring, and he's one of the multitude that filled in for her and tried to help find a new face for the band. I might have left, but the pride lives on. Good for Justin. What about Becca? Lucy asked with a smile on her lips. Becca found herself the man that she was looking for, James said with a smile. She wants to know if I found you, by the way. She's very cross with you, but I think you'll be able to get out of any serious trouble. Is she happy? Lucy asked him. Very, he assured her with a smile. What about Violet? Lucy asked her. She doesn't want to come out here and kill me? Oh, she did for a while, James said with a smile on his lips. It actually evolved into a laugh as he shook his head in utter astonishment and delight at the memory. When you broke her nose, I think you unleashed the demon I was telling everyone was inside of her. The most vain woman I've ever met, I swear. Anyway, she had surgery to put her nose back to the perfect look she had before, and she was furious, practically putting a bounty on your head, but when the politics of the matter erupted, she kind of cornered herself. If my brother hadn't stepped up and been willing to take her, she would have definitely come after you. Thankfully, she's a little preoccupied now, and I'm sure it won't be long until you hear that she's pregnant. All she ever wanted was to be second in command of a huge pride. I will not be missing her for a second for the rest of my life. Good riddance to that horrible creature. So what does that mean for you? Lucy asked him nervously. She wasn't sure she was ready for the answer or that she was going to like the answer, but she wanted to know whether he was here for good or if he was going to be gone after a while. She did run away from him, after all, and she never even bothered trying to communicate with him. She had been more than content to leave him to his fate for the sake of their child. Well, I'm a free man, he said with a heavy sigh. There was one person that I can honestly say that I truly loved in my life, and I had the good pleasure to actually get to spend some time with her. Before her, I didn't think I had a chance at actually finding happiness, but I think that she changed my life. I was hoping that I might get a chance to win her over and make my dreams of marrying her a reality. Even if I'm all pregnant and bloated, she asked him, rubbing her belly. Do you know the gender? He asked her. She nodded to him. What is it? He asked her with a twinkle in his eyes. It's a girl, she said with a smile. Lucy was so excited for her to come and join them in the world. There was really no patience inside of her anymore for the matter. She wanted her daughter to show up right now, and she knew her daughter was just as eager to come out and visit the world. She wanted to see everything the world had to offer. She was getting more and more active every day. Wow, he exhaled with a smile on his lips. There was a stunned look in his eyes that made Lucy's heart quicken. She was glad he was happy. She was glad he was the father of her child. She couldn't imagine a world where she had anything other than that. You should stay with us, she urged him. She wanted to have the life with him that he wanted. She knew he was more than willing to stick around with her, and she wanted that more than anything. God, she would love to have him in her life. Yeah, he asked her. Yeah, she nodded with a smile on her face that refused to go away. In the middle of the night, while the cabin was dark and the wind howled out in the Montana wilderness, nothing could make the night better. James was asleep in the bed next to Lucy, and though she was hot and couldn't handle him touching her at all during the night, she was glad he was there, thrilled he was next to her in bed. There was nothing she wanted more in the world than that. Of course, when the pain started to rip through her body and she realized that her happy little dream was about to come crashing down, she was less thrilled. In fact, as she opened her eyes and felt the cramps coming on more powerful and more painful than she'd ever felt before, there was a panic inside of her. This wasn't like the other cramps. This was something real. This was something that was actually going to cause her to get out of bed. She sat up and started to breathe heavier and heavier. "Are you okay?" James stirred, quickly sitting up next to her and looking at her with eyes that were quickly getting less and less foggy. Everything was coming through and registering clearly to him. He was as alert as she was in a matter of seconds as she grunted and clutched her stomach. "I don't know," she whispered through the pain. "I think I'm going into labor." "Seriously?" James sounded thrilled by the sound, but Lucy was horrified by the prospect. If he was going to be here with her, then she was going to put him to good use. Taking a deep breath to try and make it through the cramp, she heard him get out of bed. "Tell me what to do," he said with an enthusiasm that was kind of strange at the moment. She hadn't expected him to be this eager to help out. In fact, she hadn't anticipated him to be this excited or active at all. She expected him to be panicking and freaking out about it. "Do you have a hospital bag? Who's your doctor that I can call? I'll tell them that we're on our way." The cramp subsided and Lucy looked at him with a baffled expression. "How do you know about that stuff?" "I've been reading up in my spare time," he assured her with a soothing smile. She didn't think she could be any more in love with him than she was in that moment. The fact that he had been paying attention to everything all along the way was more than she could bear. He was the best man in the world and she was going to be so thrilled to have him for the rest of her life. By the time they were out in the truck, James had called Lucy's doctor who lived just a few houses away from the clinic that they were heading to, and she would meet them there when they finally ended up getting to Clydesdale. James was driving and Lucy could hardly believe she had actually been planning to do all of this herself. It was strange that she actually had someone here to help her, and what was even stranger was the fact that it was the man she was in love with and the father of her child. This really couldn't have worked out any better. The town of Clydesdale was silent, the flurry slowly coming down as they rolled through the streets. Every house had its lights out and there wasn't a car in sight. The town shut up for the night and there was a haunting feeling as they made their way toward the one building in the entire town that had its lights still on, the clinic. Rolling up in front of it, she waited for James to help her out of the car and Dr. Ruth opened the door and lead them in. What followed was a blur that she really didn't understand. She thought she was ready for everything that was happening from the books she had read and from all of the consultations she'd had with the doctor, but that really only made her realize that she had no clue about what was about to happen to her body. She was about to go through the greatest trauma women could, and she was hoping she would have a baby on the other side. She didn't know what she was thinking. Who had thought that this was ever going to be a good idea? Who had ever thought she was ready to be a mother? "Focus on your breathing," James said as they put her on the table, and a nurse that Lucy had never met helped prep the anesthetic. All she could do was try and survive the contractions as they came. They were more powerful and more painful than anything she had ever experienced before. She wanted to scream and shout, and when she thought she was being calm, she was surprised to find that she was being anything but calm. In fact, she was screaming the whole way through. When Dr. Ruth had given her the consultation about what it was like to have an anesthetic versus not having one, Lucy hadn't really cared. She wanted to do whatever was least painful for her while protecting the baby. Now, as the pain started to fly away from her, vanishing nearly completely, she was grateful she had chosen that option. She definitely didn't want anything else. All she could think about was how happy she was that her man was here. She looked at him and smiled faintly. "I'll stay right here," he told her with a grin. "I'll make sure that you can hold my hand the whole way through." "Helen," Lucy told him with a grin on her lips. "I want to call her Helen." "I love it," James said with a smile on his face. What followed was the most horrifying experience Lucy had ever experienced, but when she was through it, what felt like an eternity later, she could hear the cries of her daughter. She could also hear the sobs of pure joy from the man that she loved, the man she was going to spend the rest of her life with, and she couldn't help but feel the joy radiating through her. She had finally gotten her happily ever after. The end.
If you want more paranormal romances like this, please, my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.